Okay.
Cool.
Okay. And hopefully that will be uh, helpful.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem. Okay, so if you have any questions, feel free to just kind of shout them out, or you can wait to the end. What we're going to do is we're going to do the whole first uh, PowerPoint. All these PowerPoints are on Blackboard under course documents. Everything is on Blackboard for the whole course. So you can always go ahead. I don't typically put anything on the test that I haven't at least talked about or inferred about in some way in the lecture or on the PowerPoint. So the PowerPoints become a really good study guide. So a lot of people will use them when they go to read the text. I also mentioned in the video that I had set up that I know how expensive the textbook is. I don't get any kickback from that, I promise. So if you, and you don't hear me saying that, I should have done that before I hit record, I guess. Um, uh, if you can find the older version, the previous version, you will do just as well uh, without having the newest version of the book. I love the Hockenberry book. It's a great book, but I know you can rent them. They're cheaper. Maybe you have a friend who took Intro to Psychology at South Campus where they do use the Zimbardo book, and they offer to give you the book to use for your class. You can line up this course to any of those because Intro to Psychology is Intro to Psychology, whether you take it at CMU or you take it here at CCAC, where you're smart, you're saving a ton of money. It's the exact same course, and it transfers almost everywhere. And that's why when you look at your syllabus on that front page, it gives you a really detailed description of what we covered, because that's what a college looks at to see if the class will transfer. This class transfers. Okay. So I like I said, I understand how expensive books can be. You need a psychology book to read to get more information, especially since we're going to be covering this material so quickly. But if you can't get the book, the brand new version, that's I think $255, almost as much as the course is. It's okay.
I have a, sorry, I'm Nate. But if anybody's looking for a book, I found a used one on Amazon for only $75.
That's a good deal.
I was able to rent an audio version on a site called Vital Source, and it was $46, and I rented it for 60 days because it'll get us through the course. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, great suggestion. So, like I said, I know it's the life of a college student. Like I said, I've been on that side of the desk. I know how expensive textbooks are, but you'll need some version of book, even if you go to a used bookstore and you find a book that's 5 or 6 years old. You should still be able to follow along with all the material because Intro to Psychology is the same. Okay, so let's get started. So what is psychology? Well, it's science, and we worked hard to become a science because we weren't always thought of as a science. And it's a science of mental processing and behavior. So then let's look at it first. Like, what is a science? Well, science follows the scientific method. Well, what do we mean by mental processing? These processes we talk about, it's cognitive theory on how we think and how we relate and how we act in conjunction with those mental processes and our behavior is what people see and what we do. And we're going to look at three different versions of the field of psychology. We're going to look at the brain, which is actually our second part of the lecture tonight. And then we're going to look at the individual person. So we'll be looking at like personality theory. We'll look about learning, memory. I'm actually going to show you a way to improve your memory. That's kind of a freebie that comes out of this course. And we're going to look at intelligence. And we're going to actually do a multiple intelligence survey. So you might be studying all wrong for the different types of intelligence that you have. And that's something that's self-scored. So yeah, you can maybe learn something about yourself, and maybe it can help you in not only psychology, but some of your other classes. And then we're going to look at the group and how people act in a group and how that is changed sometimes by the environment. And you hear of herd mentality, where people just kind of follow along what everyone else is doing. And that actually really does happen. And so we're going to talk about that too. So tonight's lecture, this first part, I have to admit, I'm going to try my best to make it interesting, but sometimes it gets a little dry. So please hang in there. Don't leave because this first part is a little dry, but I'm trying to give you an overview of the science, okay, and how we got to be a science. So Wilhelm Wundt and Edward Kitchener really started this process, and they called it structuralism, where they were looking at the building blocks of a person's consciousness. And the problem with this was they were asking people what they were thinking. Oh, what does this mean to you? And what do you think about this thing going on in the world? But it was not very objective, and it definitely wasn't verifiable because people can lie, right? So you didn't really know if people were telling the truth. So it was very hard to get any type of data or anything that was consistent, but at least they were starting. And then came along functionalism. And functionalism, William James is the person here who gets the credit for really starting this. But he was really strongly influenced by Charles Darwin. And I'm sure you've all had biology, so I'm sure you've heard of Charles Darwin before. But he believed that individuals could adapt the environment and change. And he believed that we were, and we are, animals, but he believed that if we observed animals, it could provide clues to behavior. So we're getting a little bit better because now you could actually see things. And they had a very, very good goal. They wanted to improve education. Remember, in the early days of education, first, mostly it was only for men. And young children many times, didn't go to school because they had to work in the factories by the age of 10 or 11, or they were working on the farms. That's the whole reason why to this day we still have summers off for school, because it was the time where people needed to be on the farm and working the farms. So they had a very practical approach, but it still wasn't a science yet. And then we had the Gestalt theorist. And the Gestalt theorist, we're going to talk about in the third lecture. They have the big picture idea. In other words, they look at the whole of something versus the individual parts. And typically what I would have done if we would have been in a classroom, I would have drawn two upside down V's that would have been close together, very close together, but not touching, and asked people what they thought they were. And, I would have some people say cat ears and mountains. And typically I would have somebody who would say, it looks like the letter M. That would be a Gestalt point of view, where they would take in the whole image and try to connect it, even though it wasn't connected. My best response for that was, and some of you may be too young to remember this, was Madonna's breast. Do you remember when she wore the cones, those metal cones? Yeah, somebody thought it looked like Madonna's breast. So that was the best answer I've ever had to that comment, and just bust out laughing and had to give a break so I could stop laughing. So, and then we have the psychodynamic theory, and I'm sure everyone here has heard of Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud, his theory, and we're going to go into a lot of detail when we get to the section on personality, but Sigmund Freud says that uh, our mind is really a number of components. We have a consciousness and an unconsciousness, and the unconscious area holds a lot of stuff. Actually, he says that that is much greater than what we actually are aware of. And I like to use the iceberg image. If you can imagine, the top of the iceberg that's coming out of the water is actually the smallest part. If you look under the water, it's quite large. So the conscious area would be above the water, and then maybe slightly below that would be like the pre-conscious area, and then he would have the unconscious area. He says that much of our behavior is influenced by this unconscious area, and he calls that area the id. And it's the home of all our aggressive and sexual drives. The opposite of it would be the superego. And that's kind of the home of our consciousness and our morality and our ethics. And then in the middle, it's kind of the balance. We call that the ego. And there are some things about Freud's theory that, nowadays we look at and go, how could anybody believe this? But out of all the psychologists that ever have been around, he's probably the most ingrained in our culture. People have heard of Freud. They may even use some of his theories, but they don't even realize they're using his theory. If you've ever heard of a phallic symbol, a pen, a tall building, you know, a phallic symbol takes the shape of a penis. He also said that when we talk about uh, this unconscious drive, that a lot of this is held up in our unconscious and only comes out through dreams. So he did a lot of work with dream analysis. And I had the joy or the curse of having an entire course on Freudian dream analysis. And I'm going to give you a real one. So I'm going to flip the stop share so I can see your faces for a second. So Freud had patients coming to him, and he would analyze their dreams. People were really concerned about what was going on. So this gentleman came to Freud and said, Dr. Freud, I keep having this dream over and over and over and over again. And Dr. Freud said, okay, well, tell me about it. He said, well, I'm in this big meadow and it's fall and the leaves are starting to change color. And there's this huge tree right in the middle of the meadow with this little babbling brook running right next to it. And I go over this tree and it has that real knotty bark, that you could scratch your back against. And he talks about, I dream about scratching my back up and down on the tree. And I slide down and I just sit under the tree. And it's just such a beautiful, I feel so good. And the sound of the water right next to the tree and the sun glistening through these leaves. Dr. Freud, I have this dream all the time. What does it mean? He said, well, of course, this is an easy dream to analyze. And he goes, you're out there in the meadow, and that's nature, and nature is feminine. That's Mother Nature, and that tree represents Mother Nature. And that you feel so good and you feel welcome there. And the water means life, and flowing water means sex. So it means you're dreaming about having sex with your mother. I'm not kidding. That is the actual analysis of that dream. Can't make this stuff up. So, yes, Freud was a few fries short of a happy meal. And yes, he did use cocaine, but he was doing things that nobody else was doing at the time. His research wasn't the greatest. Most of his subjects were white, rich women from Vienna. He didn't even have any research subjects that were men, and he applied his theory to everyone. But at least he was looking. So some of his theories are still very valid, and we'll talk about like his defense mechanisms and part of his psychosexual theory. But some of the other stuff, we know that it's not really valid anymore. So when we do the section on personality, we'll go in a lot more detail about Freud. Okay, but that's enough to get you through who Freud was. So let me go back to sharing my screen. So Freud's group, the psychodynamic theory, would use what they called psychoanalysis, which is just another type of talk therapy. And talk therapy, cognitive therapy actually does work. But what Freud would do is you would just lay on the couch and just talk. And very rarely would Freud say anything until the very end. So you were just getting everything out, and then he would analyze everything and tell you why you were doing it. And then finally, we became a science. Finally, John Watson and B.F. Skinner and Pavlov, and I know you've heard of Ivan Pavlov, are really our first behaviorists, because they were the ones that were actually collecting data. Just looking at all the theorists we had before, mainly they looked into the mind, but didn't really have any data, couldn't observe what was going on. So if behavior can be observed, then you can collect data, and then you can have an experiment, and you can replicate the experiment, and you can make a theory. So this is actually the process of psychology finally becoming a science. And we'll talk a lot more about all of these behaviorists when we do the section on learning next week. But I just want to give you a couple so you'll know when we talk about the behaviors. John Watson actually worked with a young toddler named Little Albert. And Little Albert, just like all toddlers, are born without fear. I don't know if you realize everything is learned. When we talk about people being racist and sexist and ageist, those are learned. You're not born that way. So, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. So, you're not born that way. So Watson wanted to see if he could teach a toddler to be fearful of something that he was not fearful of before. So he used a white rat. So if he had this little toddler, uh, little Albert, and he showed the toddler the rat, and the toddler didn't do anything. He didn't cry, he didn't scream, he just kind of looked at the rat. And you'll actually see this on one of the videos you're going to be watching. And he also knew that toddlers, when they're surprised by loud noises, tend to be startled. They give that startle reflex and they tend to cry. So little Albert was stationed in front of a gong. And right before the rat was presented to little Albert, Watson would hit the gong. And what would the child do? Of course, the child's going to cry. Well, if you pair that enough times, eventually you don't need the gong anymore. As soon as little Albert saw the white rat, little Albert started to cry. That pairing took place. We have a lot of that happening, and one of the best topics out there that you might want to do a research paper on are phobias, because phobias can develop for everything. I mean, there are people that have a phobia to cotton balls, and you may think, how the heck did they develop a phobia to cotton balls? But if it's paired with something negative, that can be a real fear for that person. It's easy to understand that, okay, you might be fearful of a snake, but thinking a cotton ball? Yeah, there are people that are afraid of some unusual things. So that would be a good paper topic to pick a couple phobias that you would want to research. Skinner, oh, let me add one more thing. Uh, Watson didn't stop with just white rats. He wanted to see if he could generalize the fear. So eventually, little Albert was afraid of anything that had kind of white fur. So he was afraid of a dog that has a white fur coat. He was afraid of like an actual white fur coat, a white bunny rabbit, and he was even afraid of a man who had a white beard, so like Santa Claus. The problem with Watson's research, he never desensitized little Albert, so there's no record that little Albert ever lost those fears. And that type of research could not be done today. That would be a definite no-no. You would have to desensitize that person so they are not impaired in any way for life. B.F. Skinner worked mainly with rats and pigeons, and he is the evolution of behaviorism to what we call operant conditioning. And we'll go in a lot more detail with operant conditioning again when we get to the lecture on learning. But now we're able to study and we're able to, observe. We can reinforce behavior. And by the end of this course, you will learn how to do your best to change somebody's behavior, including your own. And it can be quite powerful if you use the right reinforcement. So we'll talk about the different types of reinforcement and how to do that. We're going to talk about that stimulus response and how those pairings take place. And then we're going to talk about the humanists. Again, when we do the stuff on with Freud, we'll talk about personality theory. And then we're going to talk about the humanists who were the polar opposite of Freud. Freud was very hedonistic, thinking this thing inside of you is going, do it, do it, do it. And the other is, side is going, no, no, no. Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow are the two famous humanists. Maslow's theory, hierarchy of needs, we'll talk about in personality, and we'll also talk about when we do motivation and emotion. And if he's in 2 lectures, you can guess that he'll be on uh, that test because it's in 2 lectures. Carl Rogers, you probably know his theory. You just may not know him by name. But if you've ever heard of unconditional positive regard or self esteem, he's the guy who invented the theory of self esteem. So he's the gentleman who said you should put positive affirmations on your mirrors. You should put little things in lunch boxes that say positive things for kids. He's the one that really pushed you should put papers on um, the refrigerator, even if they're not the best, and say how wonderful they are. Everyone should get a sticker, everyone should get an award, etc. Now, in some ways, that swung the complete opposite direction. So it's kind of back to the middle now, but we will talk a little bit more about Carl Rogers. But most people have heard of self esteem. So you know the theory, you just maybe never heard of the person who invented it. And then the humanists are very client centered. It's very uh, reflective and very easygoing, and that the person is good, basically good, where Freud is more the person is basically bad and there's bad things in them. The humanists are saying that people were basically good people. We make mistakes, but we're good. And then the science continued. That's the cognitive revolution, and that's the information comes in, it's processed, information comes out. I always call it the computer model. So what we're, exposed to, our brain works on that, and then some sort of behavior may come out of it. So if you think about it this way, um, without sounding crazy, you don't know me well enough yet. You've only had me for 45 minutes. So if you're watching TV, you may have watched, that they have mature audience or something like that, or video games or music. The cognitive theorist and the social learning theorist, like Albert Bandura, said that we learn from our environment, and then that information is processed and then has us behave a certain way. And when we talk about, say, music, let's say we have a youngster listening to a song that's going, kill your mother, kill your mother. That doesn't mean the kid's going to go kill his mother. Okay. So it's not the extreme that they were pushing, saying, oh, if this is in the environment, the child is going to do this. No. But if the person already has that tendency, and if that person may have some type of uh, mental illness, it could be enough to give them a push. But just because a child listens to music that says something negative doesn't mean that the child is going to do that. Okay. So there's a lot of things that have come about and changed as part of the cognitive theory since it first came about pretty much in the 80s. And I mentioned cognitive neuroscience here because right now that's one of the fields in psychology that you can make 6 figures, but you will need a doctorate to get into that field. But I just put it there. I'm not going to test you on cognitive neuroscience, but I just put it there to let you know there are paying jobs in the field of psychology. Next, we have the evolutionary psychologist, and this is one of the newer fields of psychology. I know that sounds like an oxymoron for evolutionary psychology, but it's looking back at how our ancestors dealt with the world and genetically how some of that may have been passed on. And this ties in also with Darwin. I'm sure you've all heard of Darwin's survival of the fittest. And reality, a lot of times people were like, oh, well, because people were able to make adaptations. Well, that's true, but it's actually more than that because it didn't matter how many adaptations you made. If you didn't reproduce to pass on your genetic code, it died with you. So in reality, when we talk about, you know, Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest, the most important aspect, and I stress this because it's on the first test, the most important aspect is that they are able to survive and reproduce to pass on their genetic code. So, all those strategies, all those changes, those adaptations are passed on genetically to the next generation. There are many theories out there on how, even though we're all different cultures around the world, we have many things that are in common. So things like facial looks, like a smile is a smile is a smile. Doesn't matter if you're smiling here in Pittsburgh or if you're smiling in Dubai, it's still a smile. And that's really some cool research if you want to do your paper on that, on nonverbal communication or on uh, facial recognition. There were some studies where they showed individuals, uh, different races of individuals, men, women, etc., and people had 1 second to rate them, positive or negative, and the results were quite amazing at what they came up with. So you'll see a clip of that on one of the videos, but that's a great topic for a research paper too. So now that I gave you an overview of the history and you're still here, yay! Um, what do psychologists do? Maybe you've never met a psychologist before. So you have clinical psychologists that actually have a license, so they can actually open an office and do psychotherapy. They work in the field and in hospitals doing neuropsychology, where they actually look at the brain and the processes in the brain. We have come so far that we can actually, we've mapped uh, alcoholism, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder just by looking at a PET scan of a brain. We can now tell that people have those particular disorders. Psychological testing, whether it's in school or out of school, uh, and we're just not talking the standardized test. We're talking like a David Wexler test, where a psychologist would sit with a student for like 2 days. They'd do interviews of teachers and parents and the student, and lots of testing. Um, if you would go outside the school system to go to a psychologist to do that testing, it would probably cost you about $400. But many school districts either have on retainer or have their own psychologist to work with their students. But there aren't enough psychologists on the planet to do individual testing for just the third graders in Pennsylvania. So uh, typically they use the scores that you get on a paper and pencil test to see if you need to go the next step. Either you need advanced uh, enrichment classes, or if you need some sort of remedial building classes to help you to achieve. And then you have counseling psychologists. And these counseling psychologists work in all different fields. So, you may work with someone who's an alcoholic or someone who has another drug problem or maybe a gambling addiction or a sex addiction. And all of the things I just said could all be paper topics. Um, Marriage counseling, educational counseling, sports counseling, you name it, they're out there. People are making a living doing counseling psychology so they can help with all different types of issues that we face. We have people that are career and vocational counseling. Some people aren't sure when they're going into college what they want to do with their life. So, you talk to a career counselor or you talk to a vocation specialist. Maybe even some of you uh, took the test at CCAC. They have a vocational testing uh, center. It's about, I would say, about 300 questions, and it asks you a whole bunch of different things, like, do you like the outdoors? Do you like to work with your hands? I mean, like 300 questions that you answer, and then it will score things that are of interest to you, and then it matches up. Let's say you like the outdoors and you like to work with your hands and you like to feel accomplished, you would make a good farmer, you know. And you might say, well, why would you do that? If you don't have an idea of what you like, and people tend to do well in jobs where they actually like their job, it's a good starting point. It would give you some idea of where you want to start to look. And also, very important, put a star next to it, a psychologist versus a psychiatrist. And the main difference is a psychiatrist is an MD first. They have a medical degree and they can prescribe meds. A psychologist does not have a medical degree. They can have a doctorate in psychology, but they cannot prescribe medication. Usually they partner up with some general practitioners or some specialist in the field if they truly believe that their patients could benefit from medication, and then they would refer them. So definitely know the difference between the two, because now that will make two questions you would know for sure on the first test, because I've already given you the answer. What else do psychologists do? Well, academic psychologists like myself, we teach, whether at the college level or the high school level, we teach. We conduct research. Now, CCAC doesn't have a large research staff because most of the people in our particular department are adjuncts. So we're part-time. But if you go to a university like Pitt or Duquesne, they do have, or CMU. CMU has a really good research lab for psych. They do research. So they conduct experiments and they get lots of money for these experiments. So a lot of times these academic psychologists are focusing more on their research and not as much on their classes. So sometimes uh, the material isn't given the same push that, say, like a regular classroom teacher would give, because the classes are part of what they have to do, but not necessarily what they want to be doing. They want to be conducting the research. And some actually put it as part of their course, that to get class participation, like in this class, you do those activities. But in some of the the courses, I know Pitt used to do this, you had to sign up to be a subject in a research study, and they would give you a list to choose from. And you didn't get class participation for the course unless you actually signed up to be a subject. and follow through one of those. So I'm not sure if they still do it, but up until 5 years ago, they were still doing it. And my guess is they still do it. It's a good way to get subjects, without forcing people to come and do it. There are different types, clinical. Again, you work in a clinic dealing with people. Cognitive, how we think. Developmental, birth to death. If any of you are nurses, you have to take Psych 108. That's developmental psychology. We're going to cover it in 2 hours, but keep those notes because it's a nice overview of all of Psych 108. So hang on to those notes. Coming from someone who's taught it, hang on to those notes. They'll be beneficial to you. Social psychologists, how we deal in the social world. Physiological psychologists, changes. If you've ever had any pain or gone to a pain clinic, one of the first things they do is ask you, how are you feeling? Have you been feeling depressed lately? Have you not been sleeping well? Because we know that there are some psychological implications to physical things that we feel in our body, like pain. So that would be uh, a type of research that you would see being done by a physiological psychologist. What else do psychologists do? Well, we try to solve problems, practical problems like ending racism, sexism, and ageism. Um, so any other type of human factors like overcrowding, developmental factors like why did we see children all of a sudden going from typically before you walk, you tend to crawl and then you stand up and then you walk. Well, we saw a pattern of people's kids scooting on their behind. And up until this, usually children that had a developmental delay, they would scoot instead of crawling and then get up. But we started seeing all these young children scooting that were testing as developmentally delayed. And we found out that it was the back to sleep movement. I don't know if any of you have heard of um, a sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS. And that could be a paper topic also. And that's when a child within the first year dies, and there's really no reason for them to die. And what they had was what they called the back to sleep movement. Instead of laying children on their stomach, they told parents to lay them on their backs. Well, think about it. If you're laying on your stomach as a child, you're going to crawl first. But if you're laying on your back, you're going to sit up and scoot. You're not going to pull yourself all the way over to flip yourself to crawl. And we went for about 10 years not realizing why that pattern was happening. And then finally, they realized that's what it is. So the scooting is no longer an indicator that there might be a developmental delay. Industrial organizational psychologists, these are the ones that pick the music that you listen to when you're on hold for forever. These are the people that invented casual Fridays, you know, happy hours. These are the people that decide what color your classroom is and how the desks are arranged and what color the carpeting is. If you're ever on Allegheny campus in the lecture halls, but when the pandemic is over, in the library building, check out the color of the desk and the seats and the carpeting. And only a psychologist would notice this. Nobody ever noticed that when I taught in that classroom. The color of the carpeting and the little squares in the pattern is the exact same pattern of the color of the seats in the lecture hall. It's really amazing that somebody actually sat there and designed that carpeting, and desk setup so it would perfectly match. So that's something an industrial or an organizational psychologist would do. You have personality psychologists, you have social psychologists that look at how we work in, the environment. Sports psychologists are real big. The US Olympic team the last time took 6 sports psychologists with them to help the athletes to train and to do their very best at the Olympics. And then, of course, you have a school psychologist that help students with all their needs, not only picking classes, but any type of needs that they may have going on. Maybe parents are getting divorced, or maybe they've uh, gotten involved in situations that are not good for them, whatever they may be. That school psychologist is there to help. And like I said, we're now considered a science because we actually follow the scientific method. So you don't have to memorize the whole scientific method, but you should be familiar with it. We identify a problem and then we make observations and we collect data and we replicate that data and we do it over and over and over again. And then we form a hypothesis. And I used to go crazy when I taught science in the elementary school. And you'd get the teachers would say, well, a hypothesis is just an educated guess. Oh, no, it's not just an educated guess because we have data. We have information that we've collected. So it's much more than an educated guess. And then we test that hypothesis over and over, and we get other people to test that hypothesis. And then eventually we may formulate a theory. Most of the things in psychology are theories. Mostly everything we're going to study in the next 6 weeks is a theory. There are like 3 laws in psychology that we'll study in intro, and that's it. That means everything else could possibly be changed if new information would come about. So there are different types of research. Hang in there. We're almost at the end of this and we'll be taking a break soon. There are different types of ways to collect research. The first one is naturalistic observation. And naturalistic observation is great if you can, spare the time and the money. So let me just see your faces again. So here you are, you're a researcher, and let's say you want to see what is going on playgrounds, around a city. And you want to do naturalistic observation. That means you're going to have to go to a heck of a lot of playgrounds and sit there and watch kids, right? Because you think, and your theory is that kids are very aggressive on the playground. Well, in today's day and age, in 2021, you better have some documentation because they're going to think you're a pedophile. If you're sitting on a playground staring at kids, okay, so you need some documentation with you. You have to get parents' permission now to do that. So let's say you're at Arlington Playground and you're watching the kids and you have your permission and everything. And these kids are wonderful. They're, sharing their swings and they're helping the kids up the monkey bars and, they're playing basketball and taking turns. And you're like, wow, this isn't anything about my theory. I can't believe it. Yet if you go to Bon Air Playground, and I use Bon Air only because that's where I live, so I can talk, and this really isn't true for Bon Air Playground, but you could go to Bon Air Playground and they're like stabbing each other in the back. They're taking the swings off of them, or they're punching other kids because they've been on the monkey bars too long. Naturalistic observation is really, really hard. It takes lots of time and lots of money. So we don't see it done very, very often. The next one are case studies. And case studies are great. They're very detailed. If you know anyone who's ever had an IEP, an individual instructional plan in school, they had a case study where a school psychologist came in and spent the 2 days and gave them a psychological test. And they did all the interviews and research, and they have a file that's like this thick that says what they need to succeed. That's a case study. And that's awesome too. But again, we don't have enough psychologists just to do it for the people in Pennsylvania, let alone everyone. So they typically limit it to young people who have shown a pattern that they could benefit from this study. Share this again. And then there are surveys. Surveys are awesome, because the computer can, calculate the results in a split second where, we used to stand there and collect information and have to tally it all by ourselves. But what's the problem with the survey? People can lie. So let's say you're at Allegheny campus, you're on the 7th floor, and you had a crazy psychology teacher that told you had to make a survey. Don't worry, you don't have to. And you needed the results by the next class. So you decided you were having a hard time getting people to do your survey, that when people go in an elevator, they're kind of trapped there. So you could ask them questions. So you get in the elevator with a group of people, the doors closed, and first you're going to see what we call, elevator etiquette, which is you typically aren't staring at each other. You're looking down at the floor. You may be looking at your phone. You may be looking at your watch. You're looking up at the numbers. But unless you know the people, typically you're not making a lot of eye contact. That's psychology, believe it or not, why that happens. But let's say you decide you're going to turn around and go, oh, my psych teacher said we had to do a survey. I only have like 3 questions. Can you please help me? And well, where are they going to go? Like, sure, yeah. So, do you like CCAC? Yes, yes. And you record that. And do you think CCAC is going to get you the education that you want? Yes, 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 yes. And for my last question, and how many times do you masturbate a day? Don't answer. I don't want to know. Would you answer? And again, I don't want to know that answer either. And if you would answer, would you tell the truth? And would it make a difference if you were alone, or if you were with people, or if it was on a computer and your name wasn't associated with it? So there are some things that surveys can be good for, to find out information that maybe people may not answer right in front of you. If you've ever heard of the Masters and Johnson surveys back in the 50s, a very common idea was that women did not like sex, and that they only had sex because they had to do it for their husband. And the Masters and Johnson people surveyed almost 10,000 women, and it made headlines because they found out that women actually liked sex, but nobody talked about sex in the 50s. In the 50s, if you would watch an old 50s television show, even the married couples are in twin beds. They never show a toilet on TV. You never would hear about feminine hygiene products or erectile dysfunction. So it was very, very hush hush. So this psychological study on sex and women was just like a breakthrough for these psychologists. And the way they got that information was surveys, because women at that time, for the most part, would not have told a stranger yeah, I really like sex. You just didn't. It was a cultural faux pas. But a survey without their name associated and just, gender, age group, and where they lived, like, region, yeah, they told the truth. Now, correlational research. Now, one of your activities is on correlational research. You're going to watch this little TED talk, and then there's some questions that you'll do for your uh, activity. So I have it in here just to help you. When we talk about correlational research, correlation does not imply causation. Just because two things go together doesn't mean it causes something. So I'm going to repeat that because that's a really important phrase. Correlation does not imply causation. Okay. So when you're looking at research and you do your research for your papers,
Excuse me, ma'am.
yes,
Can you repeat what you said?
yes,
Correlation
does
does not
not imply causation.
causation.
Yeah, it doesn't
See?
mean something causes it.
I
So
see.
an example would be there's a high correlation in the summer of older men dying when the sidewalk is above 95 degrees. Now, that doesn't mean the sidewalk killed them, but how the research is disseminated to people, people could read that and go, oh my gosh, I have to make sure I don't go on a hot sidewalk because it could kill me. No, if you're 95 and it's outside, it's hot and you're older and there's a lot of things. They could have had a heart attack. They could have took a drug overdose. But the research is correlational research. We see these two pairs that seem to go together. It's even interesting that uh, if you're a smoker or know someone who's a smoker, on every package of cigarettes, you have that warning, and there are like 7 different warnings. Smoking may cause low birth weight to uh, infants whose mothers have smoked during pregnancy, things like that. The correlational research between smoking and, say, getting lung cancer is 0.38. It's not even really, really high, but it's high enough that people said, hey, that's enough to put a warning on the label. But it's not 100% because there could be other things involved. Let me give an example, like right now with the vaccine. Again, not trying to be controversial, but this fits this perfectly. So with the Johnson and Johnson vaccine, we had some women who died, and it looks like, okay, vaccine, women died. Well, what didn't come out originally in the study was that those women were on birth control with it, which is estrogen. Estrogen causes cancer and can cause death and blood clots. And they all died of blood clots. All of them were pregnant. Or, trying not to get pregnant, excuse me. Trying not to get pregnant. They were on birth control pills. So, was it the vaccine or was it the birth control, the estrogen that they were on, that caused the blood clots that killed them? See, we don't know because we don't have enough research. But just think of how many people are not getting the vaccine because of that research study. And that's what we mean by like correlational research. Just because two things kind of go together doesn't mean one actually caused the other. We don't have enough information yet, but the information we have is showing that that's correlational research. As of right now, that's what it's showing. So, you have a greater chance if you're on estrogen to have a blood clot. And if that is the case and you take the vaccine, okay, maybe you can say that. But if you're not, or on any kind of medication that can cause blood clots, there's no connection. The correlation is very low. So when we talk about correlational research, it runs between a negative one and a positive one. And there are some examples here. Family income and IQ score tend to be correlated. So if you have a high family income, you tend to have a higher IQ. Well, but there are people that don't have a lot of money that have a high IQ. So it just is a correlation. It doesn't mean if you don't have a lot of money that you're going to be stupid. It doesn't mean that at all. Or height and shoe size. The taller you are, you tend to have a bigger shoe size. But I know tall people that have small feet, and I know short people that have big feet. So it's not a guarantee. And MAO is monoamine oxidase. It's an enzyme. And that's a really good paper topic too, monoamine oxidase. And thrill-seeking behavior. People that have low MAO levels tend to do, and again, correlational research, tend to do more risky behavior. They tend to jump off of cliffs and skydive and swim with sharks and or go 90 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. They tend to do more risky behavior. Whereas people that have high MAO levels are excited just watching the grass grow. They don't need that extra stimulation. But that's correlational research. There are some people that just like to do risky things. It makes them feel good. And their MAO levels may be perfectly fine. It's correlational research. So you always have to be careful. That's why we say correlation does not imply causation. Here's some examples of some scatter plots. You don't have to memorize these. Anytime, let's put it this way, make a note of this. Anytime I use any type of graph on the slide, study the graphs on the slide, not the graphs in your book. Since I'm letting people use an older edition, they may not have the same graphs. So to make sure everyone has the same charts or graphs, I would never test you on something that's just in the book. But if it's on my PowerPoint, it could be fair game. But you won't be tested on this. This is just to show you what a positive correlation is, because one increases, the other one increases. A negative correlation is one increases, the other one decreases, and then if there's no correlation. So let me give you an example. A positive correlation would be you coming to Zoom class and paying attention, and you score higher grades on your test. See, they're both going in the same direction. That's a positive correlation. Or you not coming as often and your grades on your test are much lower. That's still a positive correlation because they're both going in the same direction. Versus a negative correlation. The colder it gets, so as temperatures drop, hot chocolate sales go up. That's a negative correlation because they're going in the opposite direction. And then zero correlation, the amount of money that you have, and if you like Star Trek. Again, no correlation there. When we talk about experimental groups and control groups, the experimental group is the one that is being, changed and manipulated in some way. The control group is what they're going to be compared to. Independent variables and dependent variables. The independent variable is the variable that's changed. So let's say we were all in a room and I wanted to know if a change in temperature would change the amount of perspiration on your skin. So you would be all hooked up and everything. And we would have a room of students right next door, also all hooked up, except in the control room, we would keep it at 70 degrees. In the experimental room, we would start at 70 and take a baseline, but then raise the temperature to 85 and measure the amount of sweat. And then we would compare your results to the control group. So the changing of the temperature is the independent variable. It's the thing we manipulate versus the dependent variable, the thing that depends on what we did. It's also important that the assignment is random so you can avoid biases. And the more control you have of those external variables, the greater the credibility that goes to your experiment. It's, thought of more highly because you've controlled any outside possible sources. The weakness is there are some variables you can't manipulate. I mean, you can't manipulate somebody's size. You just can't cut off their legs at the knees to make them a different height. You just can't do that. You can't change, the amount of freckles a person may have without doing some sort of alteration that would change them in some way. Two very important words. Notice they're very, very big because they're in every section that we're going to talk about, and they're on every test. So the sooner you learn the definition of these two words, you will be getting another question right on the test. Reliability versus validity. Reliability is consistency, consistent results. Validity is the information we're getting valid. Is it measuring what it's supposed to measure? An example, and we'll talk about this when we do intelligence. A paper and pencil IQ test is extremely reliable. If you give a person that IQ test in September and you give it to them again in December and you give it to them again in April, they're going to be very close, maybe 1 or 2 points off. But it's an IQ test that measures intelligence. Is it valid? Does it really measure intelligence? Or does it measure a type of intelligence or 2 types of intelligence? And we're going to talk about that. And if you've looked through your Blackboard site, you already know that answer since you're going to be taking a multiple intelligence test. You already know that IQ tests, paper and pencil IQ tests, are not valid for all types of intelligence. So for years, people didn't realize that. And there are different types of bias. Response bias, people saying different things. Sampling, it's not a big enough sample, or you didn't include everyone, like we talked about Freud. And then sometimes nonverbal communication can get somebody thinking, hey, I'm not really the person who has the real drug, maybe I just have the placebo. So an example, and I'll take this off share for a second. So an example, um, let's say, who can I pick here? Kelly, I'm gonna use you, and Sasha, can I use you too? It's gonna be real easy. You're gonna just have to make a response in a second. So I'm the psychologist. I'm doing this research, and God forbid that hopefully it never happens. But you go in and you find out you have a diagnosis of cancer, and they're putting you in a research study, and one of you is going to get the sugar pill, the placebo, and one of you is in the experimental group. You're going to get the real drug. Okay. And I know who has it. So you've been taking this experimental drug for a month. So again, I'm the doctor coming in. So, Sasha, how you doing? And I want you to tell me you're doing fine. You never felt better. Sasha, how you doing?
I never felt better.
That's awesome. Oh, I am so excited. It's working. That's tremendous. That's great. Hey, I'm so excited. Thank you. Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Doing good. Never felt better.
Really? You're really doing good.
You'd have me doubting myself.
Okay, so thank you for volunteering. Kind of were volunteered, right? But that nonverbal, the way I said it, the way I paused. I mean, I made it really obvious, but you said it. It made you doubt because I was hinting that, well, you shouldn't be doing well. You got the sugar pill. You shouldn't be doing well at all. So we call it a double blind study, when the researcher who's actually working with their subjects has no clue who has the experimental drug and who has the placebo. Somebody in some office on some computer somewhere knows. But this way, there's no bias. So both the researcher and the person who's in the experiment, whether they're the control or if they're the experimental group, knows who has the drug. This way, it can't affect the results in any way. Okay? So we're almost done and almost ready for our break. Hang in there. You've been marvelous. Marvelous, marvelous. Now, we have some things that pass as psychology as a science. We call those pseudopsychology. Remember, if it can't follow the scientific method, you're not going to see it in your psychology book as a science. You may see it mentioned as a pseudoscience. So it's trying to pass as a science, but as of right now, we don't have research, documented research data to prove it. And some examples of that may be ESP, extrasensory perception, or things like astrology. If you've ever have a newspaper and you go to that little astrology section where they have Aries, Taurus, Gemini, etc., if you would cut the names off and read the little summaries, they all can fit you, every single one of them. So there's no documented evidence that astrology or ESP, same thing, ESP has been faked. Are there some people that may have it? It's a possibility, but it has not been proven by the scientific method, so it's still known as pseudopsychology. And when we talk about ethics, I mentioned before with Watson, there are some research studies we're going to talk about in class that could not be done today. They just could not be done today because ethically they would not pass the board. There is a review board. If you're going to do a research study uh, in academia, you need to get your research approved before you can do anything. Anytime you work with people, it's really important that they have informed consent and that you avoid deception. Notice the next two words, unless necessary. You can deceive people to get your research study, but at the end of the research, you need to debrief them and tell them what you did, why they did it, and if you need to desensitize them to whatever it is you did, you need to do that because you can't cause any type of harm in any way. And research with animals, we used animals for years. You can still do research with animals, but you have to avoid mistreatment. They have to have proper housing, they have to have proper food. So if you were doing research, say on rats, you could use food as a reinforcer. So you would want your rat to be a little hungry. So instead of feeding your rat at 8 o'clock and then doing the experiment, do the experiment at 8 o'clock and then feed the rat at 9. It's not like they would be starving, but make sure they're hungry if you're going to use food. But you don't starve them. Just, you know, rearrange the schedule so they didn't just eat. Have them eat after the research experiment. And everyone deserves to have researchers that have proper training and supervision. You have to maintain privacy, of course, the HIPAA laws, you've all heard of them. There is an APA, American Psychological Association Code of Conduct. You can look it up on their website, but basically it summarizes to this. Your research has to be beneficial. It shouldn't harm anyone. You have to be faithful to the research and responsible for its results. Integrity, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. You have to have justice, and you have to have a respect for people's rights and dignity. We mentioned, the thing about the COVID vaccine and the women who sadly died because of the blood clot, how that came out. Years ago, there was a very big research study in Europe that made all the medical journals and made TV and tons of places on the internet, and it's still there, that there was something in the vaccines that we give our children when they're young that is causing autism, that there are chemicals. And they had this huge research study, and they had all these results that looked like these chemicals were causing autism. So people stopped getting their children vaccinated because they were afraid they were going to give their child autism. Diseases that had been wiped out in the world are back because many people were terrified that their children were going to become autistic if they gave them the vaccine. 8 years after that research hit and it was on the news and the front page of the paper, we found out that they lied. They made all the research data up so they could get a bigger grant, that they could be on TV. Not kidding. They lied. No integrity. No responsibility that children may now die or get disease that were wiped out the polio vaccine. You have kids that have polio. Since Jonas Salk, we didn't have that disease. But now parents were afraid. But they thought they had valid information because they trusted these people to tell them the truth. And they didn't. So anytime you do research, it's really important to follow these things, to have integrity. And that's the first lecture. Woohoo! You survived. I know. I'm trying to make it as exciting as I can on Zoom. Okay, it is 10 after, according to my watch. I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. So I'll see you back around 25 after. Go stretch, walk, get something to drink, nibble, and I know some of you might be coming home from work. I don't have a problem if you're eating. Just make sure you have your microphone off so we don't hear the Dorito sound the whole time. Okay, so just make sure that you're on mute if you're eating and slurping. Okay, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. when you do watch this, if you do watch it again, I forgot to hit pause for the first couple minutes of the break. So um, you'll have a little 4.5 minute break um, in between the video, but it's continuing now. So I'll remember for the next time. So you can always just skip over that 4 minutes. And I will upload this to YouTube tomorrow and then send you the link. And I'll also post the link on Blackboard so you can go back, because that was probably the fastest I have ever done that lecture in the 20 years that I've been teaching intro to psychology. So it will be interesting to see how fast I can do the other one too. So, but welcome back. We're going to get started. Again, if people come back late, then they can always watch that, but we're going to get started on the second lecture. So the second lecture is going to be on psychobiology. And I'll wait one more minute while we get more people in. Somebody just sent me an email. Just check real quick.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
Do you say the activity journal is what you collect at the end of the year? Like we don't turn that in weekly or at the end of the 6 weeks?
That's correct. The only thing you have to do is do the flip grid. That will be your first activity, so you don't have to write about anything like that in your activity journal. But those different activities, all you would do is say the activity for like week 1, and then list all the activities there, then the activity for week 2, and list all those activities that go with that. And then at the end, I'll grade them all at the same time. This way, they're all in one document. What happens is if people send them separately, I would either have to have you upload them all to Blackboard and do it that way. Documents tend to get lost, and then I'm trying to hunt you down toward the end of the course to see if you actually did something. This way, if they're all nice and compact and all together, even if you can't get it in one document, you could attach them all to the same email. But it's easier if you just do it in a Word document and just list them. Make sure you put your name on the document too. A lot of people will just put their name in the email, but make sure you actually put your name on the Word document itself. You'd be surprised how many people don't. And then give them to me. So to keep up so you're not bombarded at the end trying to do them all. So somewhere between now and next week, if you don't want to drive yourself crazy, do them somewhere during the week. And then this way, at the end of the course, when you're trying to do tests and you're trying to get your paper done and do your Flipgrid presentation, you won't have to worry about the activities. Like I said, the activities are 1/6 of your grade. And most people, because you have as much time as you need to do them, tend to get 100% on that. So that's usually an A for 1/6 of your grade. Most people tend to get an A on their paper. So it gives you a little cushion room if you don't do well on an exam. You'll also see on Blackboard for the first test, I have the opportunity to do extra credit. You're not forced to do extra credit, but there are some TED Talk videos that are psychology based. Some of the research studies we're going to study, they actually did TED Talks on them. And what you do is you choose 5 out of the list of like 11 that I have up there, and you watch them and you just tell me what you learned from them. And I add 15 percentage points to whatever your score was on your first test. So let's say you got an 85 and you do the extra credit activity, it becomes 100.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah, I actually started watching 2 of them, or 1 of them.
yeah, they're pretty
They're
cool.
pretty
I mean,
interesting.
yeah, I tried to pick ones that I thought were interesting for people. And there are also some of the people like Zimbardo's on there. The eyewitness testimony is on there, and we talk about eyewitness testimony. The Elizabeth Loftus, she does her TED Talk. So it's something I do for only the first test to give you extra credit, because none of you have ever had me before. So until you actually take one of my tests, you don't always know how to study the first time, even though I say, hey, study the PowerPoints. And if you pay attention at lecture and just do the reading, you should do well.
Yeah.
If you're going to do poorly, most people will do poorly on the first test because
Okay.
you don't have that experience. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a wiggle room, because people tend to do better as the course goes on, on the test, because you've kind of learned my style of testing. And that's like with any teacher. But again, because I'm an actual teacher and a psychologist,
Yeah.
I know the research, and the research shows that. So it gives you a chance. If you mess up on the first test, you can save your grade. And even if you got 100% on the test, that would mean you'd get 115% on the test. And that gives you some wiggle room on the next test that maybe you didn't do as well on that one. So it's to your advantage to do that extra credit, but I don't force you to do that extra credit. Okay.
Gotcha.
That would come in early. So in other words, after you take the test next week, I'll say, if you're going to do the extra credit, you would have to turn in the extra credit by the following week, because it will change your grade. And the interesting thing with summer courses, because it's only 6 weeks, you don't really get a midterm grade,
Yeah.
because they're only 6 weeks. So it's kind of just like a progress report, but you're kind of cushioning your grade by doing the extra credit. But no, I won't hunt you down and say you didn't do the extra credit. But if you do not as good as you normally would do, it gives you a little bit of flexibility. And
Okay. Thank you.
that's just my style. Okay, we ready?
Is this course a cumulative course?
No, the tests are not cumulative. The stuff that we talked about tonight, you will see in another lecture, because this is an overview night, this first lecture. So we will talk about Freud again. We will talk about Skinner. We will, so you'll see some of these people again on another test, but none of the tests are cumulative. So it's only on the material that I say. So even tonight, like the first test is on lectures 1, 2, and 3. If we don't finish lecture 3, only as far as I get in the lecture would be on the test. I will never test you on something that I didn't have somewhere in the lecture. So if we don't finish all 3 lectures tonight, which there's a possibility we won't, even though this next lecture is pretty short, then only as far as we get to that 3rd lecture would be on the test. I'll still cover that stuff that we didn't do, but you won't be tested on it. You would only be tested on something that I talked about in class. Okay?
Are you a full-time staff?
I'm not full-time. I'm an adjunct, and has been an adjunct since 2002. I've been at both Allegheny campus and at South Campus. So I'm split between the 2 campuses. This summer semester, I have all 3 of my classes are online, which is really unusual for adjuncts.
I've seen you before. I didn't know if you were a teacher at Central Catholic.
I am. Yeah, I'm a teacher at Central Catholic full-time.
Right. I graduated from Central, but you probably taught many of my family members, nephews. From
Who were your nephews?
Shuleys. A lot of Shuleys went through there. Busey's, Pasquarelli's, DiNardo's.
Yep.
You probably are well aware. So I thought I recognized your name because my brother Mario's son, Anthony, you were his teacher. So uh,
Yeah,
I was, I thought that was you, and he told me about you, and I wasn't sure. So I'm sorry.
oh, no, that's okay. No, if he told you good things about me.
He said you're a hoot,
Yeah.
and you're honest, and you're funny, and you'll do well in her class. I said, okay.
Good,
Um,
good recommendation. Didn't even have to pay him to say that, right? Yeah, you have to be a little more lively on Zoom because I mean, I'm very animated in class, and we usually would do a lot of hands-on things, which I can't do on Zoom. So I try to share some stories because the research actually shows we remember more if we can connect it to a story. And so you'll hear lots of little stories that should help you to remember the material. So tell them all I said hi.
I will. I will. I'm a lot older than these guys are. I work I work right next to where you work at CMU, so I'm a facilities person. I work on air conditioning and stuff, and so I'm just finishing up my associate's degree. And this course, I have I have 6 more credits to graduate in December, and I'm fearful of this course and the speech course. I don't like to talk in public. I don't know, I'm shy, I guess, but I have to do it to graduate and to keep my job. But I'm slow. I'm 53 years old, so I'm probably the oldest guy in your class. So I can't hear that well either because of the military. I lost a lot of my hearing serving
Well,
in the military.
thank you for your service.
Yeah. So yeah, if I stop you in the middle of class, I apologize, and I don't want to set the class back and bullshit too much, but
yeah, you can always stay on because I'll always stay on after the class if people have questions and
okay.
want to chat. So, hey, that's great. What year did you graduate?
You could do the math. 1986.
Okay, well that's not bad. I'm older than you. I turned 62 this past May 6th. So,
Oh wow, awesome! You look great.
oh wow, that alone should get you great. No, I'm only kidding. So, okay, let's get started. Everyone can see my screen. I have the recording back on, and we're ready to go. So now we're moving into the biology and psychology, and we're going to talk a little bit about the neuron. And the neuron is the basic unit of the nervous system. This is how information goes from our different sense organs to the brain and then back to wherever it needs to go, muscles to tell, this muscle to move, etc. And I don't want you to get bogged down by the huge numbers because they are really big. But this information gets to our brain processes it, and it sends it to different parts of the body. There are 100 billion neurons. That's a lot of neurons. And they don't touch. They don't touch. They send chemical messages to cause the next neuron to fire or not. So we're going to talk about 3 particular types of neurons: sensory neurons, motor neurons, and interneurons. And when you have a set of neurons, we call that a brain circuit. These are neurons that affect each other. And there are millions of sets of neurons that are working right now that you don't even realize it's taking place. And it's in all of our senses. So hearing, so auditory, gustatory, taste, olfactory, smell, tactile, touch, and of course, vision, sight. We're going to talk about these in lecture 3 in a lot more detail. But it's information that come from these sense organs that go to our brain, and then our brain processes the information and then tells our body how to act. So here's the structure of the neuron. Okay. So again, you would see something similar to this in your book. Up here we have what are called the dendrites, and that's where information is coming in to the neuron. Okay. They kind of look like tree branches. And then we have the soma, or the the cell body, the kind of the main brain of the neuron where information is going to come through. And then this long winding thing is called the axon. So an impulse is going to travel along this long winding axon. And this long winding axon is covered with myelin. And if anybody knows anyone with MS, you might want to do your paper topic on MS, because we've now learned that it's the deterioration of this myelin on the neurons that actually causes all the problems with multiple sclerosis. So they're currently doing some fantastic research with stem cell research, trying to regrow this neuron sheath covering that we have. It's hopeful. So people who haven't been able to walk very well are now in the process of being able to walk again. So it's that myelin that helps the impulse get to the end of the neuron. And when we get to the end, we have the terminal buttons. And I like to think of the terminal buttons like ET's fingers. And when we look at these terminal buttons, the next neuron would be right here, but they don't actually touch the next neuron's dendrites. They're going to send a chemical message to that next neuron. So again, this would be an activity we would do in a classroom. So I'm going to ask you to just kind of visualize it. Hopefully, everyone in here sometime in your life has done the wave, where you kind of get up and go, woo, and then the next person gets up and then the next person. Well, that's like being a neuron. Once that first neuron fires, and the key thing there is once it fires, it's going to continue all the way through. It's not like we don't have any dead neurons. If it fires, that impulse is going to go all the way through. The speed that it goes through may change, but unless there's a break in the neuron, then it's going to stop. So in the case of like MS, where the myelin sheath is deteriorated, the impulse may not be able to get any further. But once a neuron fires, just like one person gets up to go, woo, it's the next person who needs to get up, and then the next person, in order for that wave to work. So if you think of the wave as kind of like how our neurons work. So we get to that point, that the neuron fires and it's an all or nothing. The myelin, as I said before, acts as an insulator and helps that signal to travel more efficiently. And multiple sclerosis is that deterioration of the myelin. I don't want you to think that only older people get MS. I had a student, she was 20 years old, and she was one of the basketball players on the girls' basketball team at CCAC. Very athletic, always very athletic, played many sports as she was growing up. And she noticed that she was falling and tripping and being clumsy, and she hadn't had that experience since she went through puberty, when your body's growing in all different proportions. That's something you would expect at that time, but not when you're 20. So she went to the doctor, and she was diagnosed with MS. And she went from a very active, lively, engaging young woman to having to use a wheelchair for the rest of her life so far. So by
I
Go
went to high school with somebody whose mom got diagnosed when she was, I think, 18 months old, and her mom was like 20 or 21. And yeah, but she's, in her 60s now and is still, suffering with it.
Yeah, it's a horrible, I mean, it's a horrible disease. They've had, like I said, they have made some advances. She tried everything. I mean, she literally within a year's period of time went from being very active to she needed to use a wheelchair. She had to get ramps put into her house. The doors had to be widened. She had one of those bars that she could pull herself out of bed. She had to have her vehicle equipped, so she had hand controls instead of foot controls because she couldn't use her legs. But she stayed a very active uh, person as best as she could be. But she tried bee stings. I'm not kidding. This was one of the therapies. She was stung by 50 bees every week. And it was thought that the venom in the bee would slow down the progression of the disease. She tried the urine therapy where she was injected with urine from a pregnant woman. Not kidding. These are real things that people were trying because you're desperate. She even went to Mexico for something that wasn't authorized here in the United States. But she did finally have some success that it wasn't getting worse. So she was thrilled with that. But I haven't talked to her probably in about 15 years. But we kept contact for a long time. But she was determined that she was going to continue her life as active as she could be. She was just a remarkable young woman. But a lot of times when people hear MS, they think, oh, that's something only old people get. And it's not true. It usually starts with some sort of staggered gait where they're very stiff and very rigid. And the sooner you get it, the get diagnosed, you can start some mitigation in between to try to slow it down. But we still don't have a cure. But we do know that it's a large portion of it is because of the impulses can't get to the rest of the body because of the deterioration of that myelin. So in class, we would have done an activity where I would have, and two, if we didn't have COVID, where we each would have been holding hands and we would have timed how fast it took from, say, like 16 people for somebody to say go. And then each person squeezed the next person's hand till it got to the end and the person said stop. And typically, that usually people guess will be, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. I've had people guess a minute. But in reality, you can go through 16 minutes from start to stop in about 3 seconds. And that's because we have those billions of neurons and all those connections. That's why that can happen so fast. That's why when you touch something hot, almost instantly you say, ouch, and pull your hand away. The sensory receptors in your finger that touch something hot were registered hot. That traveled all the way to your brain. Your brain recognized, oh, that's bad. Move your hand, sent the messages via the neurons back to that part of the body to tell the muscles to move your hands. And that happens in like a second. So you can just imagine how many millions of neurons fired in order for you to realize that that was hot and move your hand. So The brain is the most complex object in the universe. And our biggest sense organ in the body, anybody know? Biggest sense organ is the skin. Because think of all the millions of receptors that are on your skin. And different parts of your bodies has different amounts of sense organs. So like your fingertips are very, very sensitive because there's thousands of these little receptors, whereas the middle of your back, they're not as closely packed. I mean, they're still there, but you could actually poke somebody in their back and they may not feel it if you didn't hit a sense organ. Whereas, just think about it, if you get a paper cut versus somebody like giving you a pinprick, a pinprick doesn't hurt that much unless you have diabetes and you have to prick your finger multiple times a day, every single day for your life, then it does. But if you get a little paper cut, you're like, ow, oh, this really hurts. Well, why? Because paper cuts are on a diagonal. You're actually hitting hundreds of sense receptors in your finger, and they're all screaming to your brain, ow. So it depends on where, or if you've ever hit your elbow. Oh my gosh, we call it the funny bone. It isn't really funny though, is it, when you actually hit it? That's because there are so many sense receptors right there at your elbow. So we're talking billions of neurons, and each neuron has 10,000 connections. Each one has 10,000 connections. So you're talking 10 trillion. That's why we can pull our finger away from that hot object in a second, because of those trillions of connections. So don't get hung up by the numbers, because you're not going to be tested to know every single amount of numbers. Here's that terminal button. So if we cut open the terminal button, you can see there are these little vesicles. And these little vesicles hold substances called neurotransmitters. And I'm sure you've heard of some of these neurotransmitters, like serotonin, dopamine, acetylcholine, GABA. Okay, these are chemicals that when the impulse comes along the axon and gets to the terminal button, it's going to release a chemical into what's called the synapse. And this is the space in between the terminal button of the one neuron and the next neuron's dendrites. So it's going to communicate, again, not by touching, but by releasing chemicals. And those chemicals are going to connect to a receptor on the next neuron's dendrite. And those chemicals are going to either cause the next neuron to fire or not fire, or to fire slowly or quickly. And when we talk about what this is technically, if it's going to cause the next neuron to fire, we call it excitatory. If it delays it or stops it, we call it inhibitory. Now, when we talk about medication that we add to the brain, I'm sure you've heard of some of these medications. Prozac, Zoloft, Paxil are all what we call SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Okay, you don't have to remember that, you just have to remember the SSRI. Okay. People who may be depressed have possibly a chemical imbalance that not enough serotonin is being released, or the amount being released is being taken back up into those vesicles before the next neuron is firing. So what Prozac and Zoloft and Paxil do, they're called reuptake inhibitors because it forces the serotonin, which is a mood elevator, to stay in the receptor to cause the next neuron to fire. And that's why they're given to people who have chemical depression. Now, they're not good for everyone. First, they take a while to regulate. They tend to start with the lowest amount. But once you're 25, your brain continues to develop until you're 25. So everyone in here, technically, the brain is developing. If you're under 25, it's still developing. Your frontal lobe is still developing. That's why car insurance goes down at 25. Because at 25, your brain, your frontal lobe has stopped developing. That frontal lobe controls your executive functioning, your decision making, etc. So now you can see why car insurance, hey, they're saying now you can make good choices. Therefore, we're going to lower your rates. When we have people who have chemical depression, these can raise people's moods, elevate their moods. If you're younger than 25, if you're an adolescent or a young adult, more adolescent than young adult, so say below 17, they can react differently in your brain because your brain is constantly changing. Hormones are being released. It's a mess, right? Turns out good after a while, but it's a mess for a period of time. These particular SSRIs can cause a side effect. You already have a person who may be depressed. In a adolescent, these SSRIs can actually cause suicidal tendencies and even death. So anytime they give an SSRI to an adolescent, you would be seeing your physician quite often, probably monthly to start until they would get it regulated. Whereas an adult, maybe 3 months, and then eventually maybe once a year to just regulate the medicine. But it is, one of the side effects that can occur. So they do watch young people a lot more who've been placed on these types of meds. They're wonderful meds, but we see a higher proportion of young people becoming severely depressed, and they were already depressed before. Giving them these meds to elevate their mood, but it works backwards in their brain.
That's the same as Chantix.
Yes, yeah, because I think it falls under that category of a mood stabilizing drug. Yeah, I believe so. I would have to look for sure, but I believe it is. And there are a lot more. I just chose these because these tend to be the ones that most people have heard about, by watching on TV. My favorite is watching all those commercials on TV, about drugs, but nobody ever reads the fine print. On some of these drugs, you would see that in the fine print, that it would say may cause suicidal tendencies and even death. But most people never read that. They just see the happy people smiling and they're just fine. But it can be quite dangerous if they're not monitored. The nervous system is really
Sorry,
go ahead.
can I just say something?
Sure.
I have someone that's close to me who takes one of those drugs who has developed OCD and has nervous tics.
There are, and it can be difficult sometimes to diagnose. In psychology, we use what's called the DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is what we use as our reference. A lot of times when people have been diagnosed with a particular disorder, we call it comorbidity. We tend to see more than one, and it may have been there to begin with, but by taking a particular medication, it may be exasperated more. And my guess is that is possibly what happened, but without being an MD or knowing exactly what the original diagnosis was, I couldn't tell you for sure. But yes,
Mhm.
it's a possibility it could happen because we do see that comorbidity come out sometimes.
Right.
Thank you for sharing too, for everyone so far who has shared. So when we talk about the nervous system, you have the basics. You have the central nervous system, which is your brain and your spinal cord. Information goes from your brain to your spinal cord and then to different parts of the body. So if you were in an accident and say your spinal column is severed at the waist, then no information is going to get any lower than that. So you're basically paralyzed from the waist down. If your spinal column would be severed at the neck, then you would be quadriplegic. No information would be able to get below that. Now, they do have some interesting research. They have this suit that's almost like an exoskeleton where the impulses travel on the outside and connect, like it's connected to your brain. You actually, like, it's plugged into your brain and the impulses can travel. Now, it's still an experimental phase and it's extremely, extremely expensive, but they have had some success with people who couldn't walk at all that can now stand and maybe take a few steps, very small steps, but before they couldn't feel anything at all. So it's progressing. And as technology gets better, I don't doubt, maybe not in my lifetime, but possibly in your lifetime, they may perfect it. So some people that have had spinal injuries will be able to regain some sense of feeling and maybe be able to do little things like something simple as just move their legs or wiggle their toes. So there is hope. So the central nervous system, brain, and spinal cord. We're going to talk mostly about the peripheral nervous system and specifically the autonomic nervous system, because that really ties into psychology the most. The autonomic nervous system is all the things that occur without you really being aware of. They just happen automatically. So right now, things are going on in your body. Your eyes are blinking. You're not telling your eyes to blink. Your heart is beating. You're breathing. All this is going on. Think if you had to control all that. If you had to blink your eyes and you had to tell your brain to move its muscles, but at the same time, you better not forget to tell your heart to beat because you would be dead. And oh, yeah, you got to breathe too. All that happens without us being aware of it. It's just happening. The only time we're aware of it is if there's a problem. So if you're having an asthma attack and you can't breathe, then you're aware of your breathing. But right now, we've all been talking and listening and breathing, but I doubt very many of you were sitting there going, breathe in and breathe out, because you wouldn't be able to do anything else. So the autonomic nervous system is composed of two parts, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. And the sympathetic is what's going to speed up our system and make our system more aware. And the parasympathetic is what's going to slow it down and bring it back to normal. And these are important to psychology because it's part of what we call the stress response. And that's called fight or flight. So the sympathetic nervous system prepares us for any type of emergency, or we feel we are in any situation that the body may be harmed. Okay, we call that fight or flight. Do you deal with the situation or do you get the heck out of there? It increases our arousal, and that happens in a split second. The parasympathetic is going to bring all those readings down. So let's say you're riding on the trail on your bike, and at this time of year, snakes like the sun themselves. So you see a snake further down the trail. As soon as your brain sees that snake and recognizes it as a snake, it automatically will go into fight or flight. You didn't have to tell it to do it, it just did it. So your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, your respiration goes up, the amount of cortisol, that hormone, is released to store energy. It stores fat, it regulates your insulin. That happens in a split second. You need to make a decision. Do you keep going? Do you run over the snake? Do you go around the snake? Do you stop and turn away? What you decide will make a difference on what you already have as knowledge about snakes up in your brain. So if you were a Girl Scout, Boy Scout, Cub Scout, you just like to go camping, maybe when you were a kid, you learned this little phrase, red meets yellow, you're a dead fellow, red meets black, you're okay, Jack. Where if you have a snake that there's a red stripe next to a yellow stripe, that would mean it's a poisonous snake. If your brain learned that little phrase and you saw a snake that has the red and the yellow stripe next to it, you're going to turn around. You're not going to run over that snake because it could bite you and you could die. Okay. Red meets yellow, you're a dead fellow. Red meets black, you're okay, Jack. So red and black stripes next to it means it's non-poisonous. So you may decide to just keep going and run over the snake or go around the snake, or you still may decide to turn around. But in that instant, your brain makes a decision. That's why we call it fight or flight. All those responses have occurred, and many more that I didn't even name. They have to come down. If they don't come down, you stay in that stress mode. That increase of cortisol, that stress mode that you're in for long periods of time can actually damage your body. Most people are under stress. They don't even know it. So when we talk about stress towards the end of the course, we're going to look at ways to reduce stress so you don't have that damage. But it's the parasympathetic that's going to decrease that arousal level so you don't have the damage. So let me give an example because I always like to try to use a story. So I was driving home from West Virginia on Route 2 that has like no streetlights, very narrow, tend to have a lot of deer across the road. So I'm looking for the deer, and I have like this PT Cruiser that's now like 15 years old. So I'm driving along. It's like late, very late. And instantly, I went into fight or flight when an 8-point buck decided it was going to hurdle my PT Cruiser. And for a split second, I saw an 8-point buck by my windshield. Luckily, it was a good jumper and hurdled the car without touching the car. Heart rate went up, respiration. I'm like, like freaking out. It took an hour, the time it took for me to get home, for my respiration to go down to normal, to my heart to settle down, to me to start to relax. See, that was the parasympathetic. It brings all those stats down, but it just takes much longer for that to occur. Now let's talk about the brain. We have the right and the left hemisphere of the brain that's connected by a thick fibrous material called the corpus callosum, and it's how the two hemispheres communicate with each other. The left hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body, and the right hemisphere of the brain controls the left side of bodies. This is how you can know where a stroke is by a stroke victim. If they're having difficulty with the right side of the body, the stroke is on the left side of the brain. Strokes would also be a good paper topic if you know someone who's had one, or you've always wanted to know about that. That would be a paper topic you could do for this class. When we talk about this communicating between the two hemispheres, that's because not everything, every function is the same on both hemispheres of the body. We want to look at the different functions of different parts of the brain, but this is not anatomy and physiology. This is psychology. So you just need to know the basics. All my nursing students in here, when you take anatomy and physiology 1 and 2, this will seem like child's play because you're going to have to memorize everything. But for intro to psychology, you just need to know the basics. So there's a nice color picture of the different lobes of the brain. So we're going to look at each lobe separately. Occipital is in the back. So think about like where your neck is. Temporal, where your temples are. Parietal is kind of where the crown of your head is, and then frontal, kind of a give me there. It's in the front, okay? And when we think about the occipital lobe is processing our visual images that come into the body, what we see. And if you've ever had a concussion, or if you've ever hit your head and you see stars, or you see a flash of light, like a flashing of light, that tells you what part of your brain was injured with that concussion, because it's the only part of the brain that will give you that seeing stars or flash of light. It's that part of the brain that was injured with the concussion. And again, concussions would be a good paper topic for this course. The temporal lobes, again, on the side, language comprehension. So if you're understanding what I'm saying right now, your temporal lobes are at work. Sound processing, you're hearing what I'm saying and understanding. If any of this is new information, it's your temporal lobes that are going to help you to get that into your memory. And it particularly is very good for storing any visual memories. So anything that you see with your sense organs, your visual sense organs. The parietal lobes, again, kind of the crown of the neck, the head, attention. So if you're able to pay attention tonight to this 4-hour lecture, thank your parietal lobe, because it's what's doing that for you. It also is very good at helping you with spatial location, up, down, location around you, feeling like if anybody in here has ever had vertigo, that you feel off balance, that would be an issue also, not only with your inner ear, but also your parietal lobe. And the last one, and I hate to say more important, but it does have some really key functions, The frontal lobe is the home of all your executive functioning, your decision making. And as I said, it continues to develop until you're 25. And there was actually one research study 2 years ago that said they found in some men it continued to develop till they were 27. But since that study has never been replicated, if I asked you on a test how long it continues to develop, we would say 25, because right now we only have one study that says that, and it hasn't been replicated.
Um,
So all
the,
go ahead.
the study of the teenage brain and adolescence and how, like, would that be a decent topic? Okay.
Yep. How it works, why it works the way it does, changes that occur because of it. And even, you know, when we talk about, and we'll do that a little bit later on, adolescent egocentrism, that they don't think they can die. That's why they do more risky behavior. They think everyone's watching them. That's called imaginary audience. That stuff would also be part of your paper you would do, because that's something we see in adolescence. Motor processing. So you have all the executive functioning, you have planning, memory, motor processing, reasoning, and we believe it's the home of your personality. Why do we say that? Because we've had some instances where people's personalities have changed because of injury to the frontal lobe. And the key one here would be Phineas Gage. And, you know, there's more to the story of Phineas Gage, but I'm going to just give you the brief overview. Phineas Gage was a railroad worker, and in the old days, they would use blasting powder to make the holes for the ties for the railroad. And you would put sand in to the holes so you didn't, you know, so it didn't explode when you would pat them down. And Phineas was a nice guy, family man. Everyone liked him, always came to work. I'm just, you know, kind of an awesome personality. Everyone liked to be around him. Well, one day he forgot to put the sand in, and one of the large railroad ties went up through his skull, behind the eye socket, and up out through the frontal lobe. And they managed to remove it, and he lived. Except his personality was never quite the same. He was forgetful. He became mean for a while. His family didn't want to have anything to do with him. He lost 5 or 6 jobs because he just wouldn't go to work or didn't want to work. Complete opposite personality. Now, that's usually where they stop talking about it when you do intro to psych, but in reality, he did get better. So this wasn't something that was necessarily long lasting. He had some changes that did last for the rest of his life, but it wasn't terrible like it was at first. I mention this because I'm going to give a more real example. Do you remember years ago, Ben Roethlisberger was in a motorcycle accident and he had damaged his frontal lobe because he wasn't wearing a helmet?
Yep.
And if you remember, it wasn't too far after that incident that all this crazy stuff started happening, like, you know, the accusation of rape and loudness and strange personality traits coming out in bars and all this other stuff. And that kind of changed as he healed more. So there is a possibility that it could have been frontal lobe damage that caused some of those actions, Or I guess he could have just been a jerk because, we really don't know him personally. But there's a good chance that people who have had, major concussions or major injuries to their frontal lobe who have actually had these severe changes take place. And in the early days of medicine, people who had psychological disorders, in order to control them, they would do what's called a lobotomy. And they would actually cut out a piece of the frontal lobe, and they would go from being manic to like having a flat affect, like no affect at all. And believe it or not, lobotomies are still done to this day, but they're only in extreme cases. And they're a lot more precise now because we have laser knives that we can use. So we can be very, very precise. But that's how they controlled behavior, because they wanted to change the person's way of, you know, thinking. They changed their personality by removing part of the frontal lobe. They also still do electric shock therapy, believe it or not. And again, that's one of the last resort type things, but it's still on the books that it can be done, and it is done. But that's uh, to control a person's personality because for some reason they are either a harm to themselves or to others. Now, you don't have to,
Professor,
yeah, sure.
would PTSD fall under the same category as what you talked about, concussions? Or is that something that is just more centralized to a part of the brain that was affected the most? Or are there different hemispheres of the brain that were affected and they came up with that PTSD disorder name just to kind of give it a generalized, name per se, but they don't know exactly what part of I guess, the hemisphere of your brain that the actual, damage or, shock, I guess you want to call it, has,
Yeah, it used to be called shell shock. Yeah. Yeah, in the early days, they called it shell shock. Um, Actually, PTSD isn't necessarily only a physical thing with the brain. It's emotional and mental connections. The sound of fireworks can set someone uh, into terror or very reactory because it reminds them of when they were in a battle. And PTSD would be an excellent paper topic. And there are multiple things. You could do it in children, you could do it in soldiers, you could do it in women, because there's so much research that's been done on it now. Uh, but for a long time, people didn't really understand it that much. But there's a strong emotional connection, not necessarily a physical one. There can be a physical one, and it's typically the frontal lobe that's affected. But people have developed PTSD by watching a natural disaster on TV over and over again, um, just because of repeated exposure. I mean, there were people who developed PTSD from watching 9/11 on TV, all the things that occurred, and they didn't even have relatives or know anybody who was in New York. They just watched it over and over on CNN or, you know, PDK or whatever because it was on so much. People actually develop PTSD. Um, it's it's an interesting disorder, but not necessarily tied to brain injury. But anything I've read, it's typically the frontal lobe that's been affected with a concussion or some sort of severe blow. Uh, but it's the emotional trigger, and the stronger the emotional connection is to an event that took place, the more likely the person's going to suffer PTSD. And it can be something that can be somewhat controlled. And then there are other people that for the rest of their lives, they will be suffering, you know, emotional issues because of, being in the war, or being in a situation where, they were raped, or etc. So good question. Hopefully I answered that for you. The strips, the picture you see in front of you is just for your own benefit. You don't have to memorize this, okay? But if we cut the corpus callosum and we laid the two hemispheres of the brain like flat, so if we were looking at them, I just want you to note something I said before, but I'm going to point out now, that not everything is on both sides of the hemispheres. So, you do see a tongue on this side, and you see a tongue on this side. And you see lips over on this side that's blue, and you see lips over here on the side that's green. And you see, elbows and arms on both sides. But up here at the top, there's only one genital. It's not on the other side. So if this portion of the brain would be damaged, there is no backup. Whereas otherwise, you may have backup, that your brain is really good about working around issues. If there's another way to get it done, your brain is, we call it being very plastic. It can use backups, it can use other pathways. As long as they haven't been pruned away, stripped away because they've never been used, they can be backed up. So even though one hemisphere of the brain may have damage to the forearm, maybe you had a stroke, the other side could help regain whatever was lost. But there are some things that are only in one place. So if that's damaged, there is no backup. You will lose the ability to, to have function, more than just ED, just in general, or for women to be able to have sexual intercourse where they're not in pain, or that they feel anything. That is a possibility. So depending on what part of the brain is affected makes a difference on how much damage could actually be experienced by the individual. But you don't have to remember that. That's just breathing. This is a topic I always like to promote. If anybody has no idea what they want to do, this would be one of the ones that I would suggest. The split brain research that they did in the early days with patients who had epilepsy. So the epileptic seizure wouldn't transfer from one hemisphere of the brain to the other, because then it would make it much worse to deal with. They would actually cut the corpus callosum, the way that the two hemispheres communicate. Now they connect in other ways, but they found some really interesting research with the people who actually had their corpus callosum cut. And this is kind of a picture of it. So you won't be tested on this, but I kind of put that out there. So if you have really no clue at what to do, it's some really cool research, and maybe you might want to do your paper topic on it, but you won't be tested. I just put it out there because it fits in perfectly with this stuff we're talking about. What you see is a slide that kind of gives you an overview of the brain. You do not have to know any of these things. I put it there so as you're doing your reading, so you have a common chart, you're not going to have to label it. But just so you know where your pituitary gland is, if you've never known, you know where your cerebellum is, etc. And then I made what I like to call my cheat sheet slide that kind of gives you a summary of many, many pages in your book that summarizes the different parts of your brain and what it does. Oh, I went too far, sorry. The only one on this whole list, so put a star next to it, that you need to know for intro to psychology is the amygdala. And that has connections to our emotions and our motivations. And it leads us into the old mammalian brain and the limbic system. But that's the only one that you would have to know for intro to psychology. You wouldn't be tested on any of these other ones, but you should know that the amygdala helps with our understanding our feelings and controlling our feelings and our emotions. Okay, so that's the only one you have to know. But as you're reading through your textbook and all these are kind of blurring together, hopefully this would help you to keep those all straight. The same thing for this. You don't have to memorize human anatomy. This is not anatomy and physiology, but some of you may not know where your pancreas is. You may not have had biology for a really, really long time. You may, have forgotten where your kidney is, etc., or where where exactly is your heart. So it's more for you as a reference. You won't be tested on that. There are 3 hormones that you need to know. Okay. And these hormones are important in both males and females. We kind of mentioned cortisol already when we did the section on fight or flight. I said cortisol is released because cortisol is the stress hormone. It's the one that will store energy because you're in danger. It will regulate your blood sugar, your insulin. It will regulate how food is metabolized in your body. So if you're under stress, your body tends to not lose weight because it's holding on to that storage of energy just in case it needs it. That's why, there's some of those fad diets don't work, because if your cortisol levels are high and you're under stress, it's more difficult to lose weight. Testosterone and estrogen, both men and women have testosterone and estrogen. Men have more testosterone, women have more estrogen. If you've ever heard the story of the bearded lady, who used to be in circuses, actually the bearded lady probably had 3 times more testosterone than the typical woman would have, hence why she had so much hair growth. A man who may have more developed chest area, like almost like a breast, probably has a little more estrogen than the typical male. If you're going through gender replacement, you would receive the hormone of the opposite sex, and you would need that hormone pretty much for the rest of your life, because it wouldn't be, even though both are produced in men and women, the amount of estrogen in men is so much less than in women, just like the amount of testosterone in women is so much less than estrogen. If you know any older women in your life, once they go through menopause, by the way, this is Bentley, if you see my dog, we're just peeking in. if they go through menopause, uh, there is less estrogen in the body as they age. If they would have a hysterectomy, of course, they may need a hormone replacement even. Um, they may grow hair in places they typically wouldn't have had hair before. They may have little hairs on their chin. They may have a couple hairs, stray hairs on their breast, places that they never had hair before, but that's because the estrogen and the testosterone were balanced, or there was more estrogen. And just giving estrogen, I had mentioned, can cause blood clots and can cause cancer. Uh, really gave a lot of women a scare about hormone replacement. And a lot of women stopped, because menopause, and that could be a paper topic, um, menopause causes a lot of issues, night sweats, memory loss, hard to pay attention, hard to focus, temperature imbalance. So 1 minute, you're sweating, the next minute you're freezing, um, uh, loss of uh, long-term attention span, um, moodiness. I mean, I could go on. They would give hormone replacements to kind of mitigate these, particular characteristics that were occurring in women. But when the study came out showing that more women were developing cancer, breast cancer, uterine cancer, ovarian cancer, because of the hormone replacements, doctors were looking for other avenues. So there are a lot of natural products on the market, but they went back to an old drug, one that was used in the 50s and the 60s. It was called Estratest, which was half estrogen and half testosterone. And they found much better results, not hardly any issues because of the meds for cancer, um, because it was an equal amount of testosterone and an equal amount of estrogen that was being added to the system. So it balanced out. It's when we had that extreme adding of estrogen that caused some issues. Now, why would that be important? Well, women need the testosterone just like men to, it's part of your physical strength, but it's also your sexual drive. So you need that. And then women, of course, need the estrogen. There are issues with bone loss and height. So women would have to have body density scans to make sure they weren't losing height as they got older, etc. So this would be a paper topic you could do too, like on hormone replacement and changes that take place in women and men. The pituitary gland is what controls and regulates the release of all the different hormones in our body. I always tease my teenagers at school. I always call them hormones with feet. In those high school years, things are changing. You have kids that are coming in that are maybe only as tall as a little bit above my waist, and you have another freshman that's like 6'5", and they're the same age. So genetics plays a lot in that particular role. So how do we look at the brain? Well, EEGs, electroencephalogram, we're looking at the brainwave patterns. Maybe some of you have had a CAT scan, a CT scan. I'm sure more of you may have had MRIs, especially if you played sports and had any injuries, you may have had an MRI. PET scans are awesome because you can see the active living brain functioning, and it's color coded. And like I said, we've matched those color codes. And when you watch some of the videos, you'll see a brain scan, and they'll say, hey, this region, when it's this color means this. But like I said, we can actually look at a PET scan and see patterns for alcoholism, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety disorder, all by looking at a scan. And, sometimes there are things that damage the brain. Of course, we talked about concussioning. Lesioning sometimes is used to remove parts of the brain. If somebody has, like a tumor, uh, they may even have to be put into a coma if there's a lot of brain damage, a lot of fluid on the brain. They may have to drain the fluid. We talked about stroke already. We can stimulate parts of the brain that are under functioning, to give stimulation to try to get that functioning. And I get to tell you genetics in one slide. So this is bear with me because I'm going to ask you to do something. It's a physical thing you're going to have to do, and you're not going to want to do it, but you're going to have to do it on camera, and you'll be fine because we're all going to do it. So um, I'm sure you've heard of Mendel. If you ever took biology, and he's known for genetics. And remember, we have DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. No, I will never ask you to have to spell that word. But in the early days, since I've been teaching so long, the only people who really knew what DNA was were people who were in the science field. Now you can turn on Dora the Explorer and she'll be talking about DNA. So it's part of our culture now because we've mapped the entire human genome. We've mapped DNA. We can tell you what's going on every single pair on that DNA structure. Remember, even if you're an identical twin, there are still things that are different. So don't get the idea that you can commit the perfect crime and blame it on your evil twin. Now, your retinal scan, your fingerprints, you'll have a lot of common points on your fingerprints, but there still is a slight difference. So if you've ever had to have your fingerprints taken, they're very precise about getting as much of the different points because that gives them a better picture of who that person really is. So here's genetic on a slide. We have genes. It's been passed down from both of our parents. We get 23 from mom, 23 from dad, that make 46 chromosomes together. That genetic code is called a genotype. The physical characteristics that we see are called the phenotype. That's things like blue eyes, brown hair, blonde hair, light skin, dark skin, longer nose, puffy lips, little lips. You understand what I mean. These are the visual things that we see. And what I say to you is going to be much more complex than what I say to you. I mean, there's no way for an intro to psychology class for me to summarize all of genetics in a slide, but I'm gonna try to do that. So let me take off share, and you'll need to put your cameras on. So you get 23 from mom, 23 from dad. We have what we call a dominant trait, and there are certain traits that are dominant. That means if they're anywhere in the pair, they will show. So if we use brown hair as an example, brown hair is the dominant color. So if mom has the dominant trait for both she got from her mom and her dad, and her husband has at least one dominant trait, that child's going to have brown hair. Okay. even if we have what's called a recessive, that means the non-dominant trait. If the dominant trait is in the pair, it's always going to show. Okay. The only way we get the recessive is if we got one recessive from mom and one recessive from dad. So if we had a couple who was dominant recessive, so it would be like for brown hair, it would be capital B, small b. And for dad, it would be capital B, small b. Okay. You can do, it's like a Punnett square, basically. And you would have the possibility of hair color for your children. So 3 of the children, 3 chances, it would be brown hair, but there would be one pair that they would have got a recessive from mom and a recessive from dad, and they would have blonde hair, red hair, some other shade other than brown. Now, if you have hair color that is not of either of your parents, that doesn't mean you're the mailman's son or daughter, okay? It's more complex than that. So you may have genes from grandma, great grandma, because it's more complex. It takes more than just one little thing that's going to give you that color. But if you have a recessive trait for some characteristics, there are just some things you can't do. And this is what we're going to prove right now. So you're going to get as close as you can to your camera, and you're going to stick your tongue out at me. Okay? It's going to force you to do it. It's okay. But stick your tongue out and try to roll your tongue so it looks like a U. So, yes. Okay. Thompson, we need to put your camera on. Mohammed, you need to get back on camera. Jenna, we need, there we go. Can you roll your tongue? Okay, so if you can roll, I'm trying to see. So roll your tongue if you can't. Yes, good, good. Alexandra, no luck. Good, good. All my people, let me go to the other screen for the people that are on the back half. All right, we got some good rolling tongues here. If just by physically raising your hand, you don't have to hit the little hand button. How many people cannot roll your tongue? How many people can't make it into a U? Me too. Okay, so we have what, 3? For all the people that 4, for all the people that have their hand raised, including myself, you physically can't roll your tongue because you have 2 recessive traits. Tongue rolling is the dominant trait. That means 1 out of 4 chances be the recessive. You got both recessive traits, including myself. I can't roll my tongue. Somebody could offer us $1 million and you physically can't do it because you don't have the genetic code in your DNA to do it. Everyone else, you got at least 1 dominant trait from your parents. You might have 2. And based on who you would have a child with, depending on what their genetic code is, could make the possibility that one of your children. But us recessive people, if we would have a child with someone else that has both recessive genes, none of our children could roll their tongue because the trait is not on our genetic code. So you can go around your whole house and ask all your family members to roll their tongue, and they'll think you're the most brilliant person in the world. But I've just proved to you that there are dominant and recessive traits, because you just saw there are people that physically cannot do that, including myself. So normally I would have went around the classroom and made you all stick your tongue out at me, and then you could all told, I got to stick out my tongue at my professor. But you got to stick out your tongue on Zoom. It doesn't have the same, but if you can't roll your tongue, you have both recessive traits. There's no doubt about it. That if you can, you have at least one dominant trait. You might have two. You might have got one from mom and dad. But as long as there's one there, you can do it. So you learn something new about yourself. See, you never thought you'd learn about dominant traits and basic genetics in one slide. What can I say? You know? Okay, we're almost done with this one. So we mentioned plasticity before, that the brain can work around things. And we mentioned pruning. Pruning's something that happens naturally. You know, when you're a baby and you're born, it's like a womb with a view. I mean, your brain isn't done developing till you're 25. It's still developing. You know, you would starve to death in the womb if you had to stay there any longer than the 9 months. Once we get beyond a couple weeks, they're going to take the baby or induce, because mom can't produce enough of food for the baby to survive. But your brain's still developing. You ever hear the use it or lose it? Well, it's really important when children are young that we do a lot of stimulation. That's why we have programs like Reading is Fundamental, and we have programs like the Sarah Hines House, and helping kids to stimulate. And we tell parents to read to their children and have them use lots of words and practice language, because we want to keep the brain developing and keep that neural net really strong and developing. Because if you don't use it, you lose it. And when you need all those neural pathways, you won't have it. It's the same thing when we get older. You know, keeping the brain active, crossword puzzles, and anything, even bingo, can keep the brain active. Prior to COVID, we had this one woman at our church bingo who could watch 46 bingo cards without yet ever using a marker or a dabber, and never missed the bingo. Ever. 46. I was lucky I could do 3 without using something. She never, because she could visualize all of those cards. That's a person whose brain is still active. She was like in her 80s. Anything, talking, writing, puzzles of any kind. You want to keep your brain active, because if you don't, pruning can take place. Your brain will cut away pathways that aren't being used. Especially as we get older, it tries to use the things that are most secure and the fastest. So then you have a stroke. Well, you don't have that backup plan of plasticity because you never kept your brain active. So it's really important when you're young and when you're older, and of course in between, but in particular those two extremes, to make sure you keep the brain active. And the twin studies, and if anybody's a twin or have twins, you may want to do the twin study as your research paper. What they did, they took identical twins separated at birth and raised by different parents, and they wanted to see if there were any similarities. And it was just uncanny, uncanny similarities. There was this one pair of twins, these gentlemen who had not seen each other in like 50 years. And they both used the same toothpaste. It was called Vatamacum, so it wasn't like a common toothpaste. They both had first wives named Betty, second wives named Joy. They both had a dog, and its name was Toy. They've never seen each other in 50 years. Okay. They were separated at birth. They were both part time sheriffs at McDonald's. They both drove the same type of car, and they both vacationed at the same Florida beach in the same block 1 week apart. That kind of gives the little push to the nature side of the nature nurture debate. So the twin studies were fascinating. So, if you're interested in twin studies, people who have twins, you may want to do that as your paper topic. You won't be disappointed. It's quite amazing. Or you could do it on the major topic itself of nature versus nurture. The two. When we talk about twins, we have identical twins, which are monozygotic, and then fraternal twins, which are dizygotic. Fraternal twins are like two separate babies. Like they're just like brother and sister, or two brothers and two sisters. They're not identical. They do have some things that are in common, of course, because they had both the same parent, but they're not identical. And another thing you do is adoption studies, especially with adoptions overseas, people who went to Russia and China and adopted from orphanages. That is quite interesting psychological research. I had a friend who adopted a young boy and a young girl from Russia. And some of the psychological issues that they had with the first child, they saw the exact same thing in the second child. So you could do your paper on fostering, or how institutionalized raising of children can affect the child. There's tons of different topics you could do if you're interested in research with children. Evolution, of course, we kind of talked about natural selection before. We make adaptations, and that survival of the fittest, it's that reproduction is really important. If you can't reproduce, you can't pass on your genetic code. Okay, so we finished the second one. Do we need a little break? I plan on stopping at 8:40. So can you make it 40 minutes? And let's put it this way. Can you make it 30 minutes and I'll stop at 9:30? Or do you need a little 5-minute break and I'll stop at 9:40? How many people would like to keep going for 30 minutes? Raise your hand. Just put your hand up physically. Okay. Okay. How many people would prefer? Okay, so it looks like we got a show of hands. Good. Okay, so we're gonna go for a half hour, and then you're done. Okay. If you need to run to the bathroom, just run to the bathroom. I'll try to talk slow for the first couple minutes. Okay, so let me pull up that last thing. As far as we get on this one would be as far as your test is. So the first 2 lectures I did, plus as far as I get till 9:30. At that point, the test will stop. Okay, even though we will finish the material next week, we'll start with that when we do the lecture, but I won't test you on anything that we haven't covered. So the last of tonight's thing is sensation and perception. So we're going to look at the different sense organs. So first thing, anytime on a slide you see when I have two definitions, you can guess on a test that you're going to have to know the difference between the two. You don't have to memorize the definition word for word. Since it's a multiple choice test, you just have to be able to recognize the correct answer. So when we talk about sensation, we're talking about the stimulation of a sensory receptor. When we talk about perception, we're talking about an interpretation that brain has made on what we feel. So right now, if you take your arm, I won't make you show yourself on camera if you're not, but I want you to blow your breath across your arm so the hairs are stimulated. So 1, 2, 3, blow. Just feeling that breath on your arm, just feeling that would be sensation, just the feeling. You saying, I felt a warm breath is perception. Okay, so that's the difference. Sensation is just the stimulation of any of our sense receptors. Perception is us labeling it of what we felt or heard or smelled, etc. And when we talk about illusions in the world, this can be an interesting paper topic on how illusions can be used in the world, in business and advertising, in haunted houses, things like that. If you look at this illusion, is that a straight line or is it distorted? The truth is, it is a straight line, but there's an illusion. Our sense of sight was tricked, per se, based on how the rectangles are set into the larger rectangle. Or this one.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, did I not share it? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for telling me if I took it off, I guess. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Duh. Thank you. Just speak up earlier at any time. I'm so sorry. Let me back up then. So back to sensation and perception then. So the definitions are there on the slide. So again, sensation is the stimulation of a sense receptor. Perception is actually interpreting it. And then, so since you already heard the answer, you're going to see this one. The illusion was that it is not a straight line, but in reality it is. If you look at this one, this is the one we just started. Is this orange circle smaller, larger, or the same as this orange circle down here? You know, does the larger, lighter circles or the smaller, lighter circles down here trick our vision? And yes, because they are exactly the same, but they look different. What we're doing is what's called psychophysics. So it's going to look at each of our different sense organs, and we're going to look at how they are interpreted. So now we have two other definitions, but I don't have them written down. So if you have a piece of paper, or if you have something you can type with, or you can just look it up in your book. When we talk about thresholds, there are two types of thresholds. There's the absolute threshold and the just noticeable difference. And the definition is of the absolute threshold, the smallest amount of a stimulus, needed to recognize that stimulus 50% of the time. The smallest amount of a stimulus needed to recognize that stimulus 50% of the time. The just noticeable difference is the smallest amount of a stimulus to recognize the difference between two stimuli 50% of the time. The smallest amount of a stimulus needed to recognize the difference between two stimuli. Okay, I want to give you an example that will help that make more sense. So let's say we have 2 glasses of water and we have a little bowl of salt granules. How many little granules of salt would you have to put into 1 glass of water that you would be able to taste that there's salt in the water 50% of the time? That would be the absolute threshold. In other words, what's that smallest amount needed? Just noticeable difference. So we now have the 2 glasses of water. Let's put the same amount of salt in both glasses of water. So in this case, let's say it was 10 little granules of salt. How many granules of salt needed to add to 1 glass of water with 10 granules of salt in it for us to tell that there was more salt in 1 glass than the other? In other words, to tell the difference 50% of the time. That's the just noticeable difference. Let me give you one more example with the just noticeable difference. If you've ever had your eye examined, and they put that nice device in front of you with all the lenses to check your vision. If you remember the eye doctor saying to you, is this one clearer or is it this one? And they move the lenses and sometimes you can tell the difference and you're like, oh yeah, this one's better than the other. And they'll keep doing it till they get to the point where you're like, I can't tell. They kind of look the same. That lens before was the just noticeable difference. Once they look the same, it's not. Or one more example. You're in a room painting this beautiful painting, and you started at, say, 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're going at it, and the next thing you know, it's noon, and you notice that the light has changed. Just noticeable difference. Remember back in grade school, the colors of the rainbow? There they are. Roy G. Biv, right? Oh, sorry. Roy G. Biv, we all learned that, right? So.
And you said the just noticeable difference definition is in our book as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
No.
And it's the same, it's pretty much the same thing as the other one, except you're comparing two stimuli instead of just one. So you're comparing one stimuli that had like the glass of water and the salt to another one that had glass of water and salt, that you could tell the difference, that this one was saltier than the other. So the only difference in the definition is that you're now comparing two stimuli instead of just one stimuli. The first one, just noticeable difference, you have two different stimuli. When you talk about the absolute threshold, it's just the minimum amount to see that one stimulus. That's
right, the smallest amount of the stimulus needed to recognize that the stimulus recognize the stimulus 50% of the time, correct? And that's the absolute threshold.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the just noticeable difference would be to recognize a difference between two stimuli 50% of the time. You don't get hung up on the 50% of the time. It's because people were different, your senses are different. So some people see a little clearer, some people's taste buds are a little better, some people's sense of smell is a little different. So it's kind of that 50% of the time is kind of a cushion for the definition, but that is the actual definition with the 50% of the time. So Roy G. Biv, acronym for remembering the colors of the rainbow. You don't have to remember, their wavelengths. The main properties of light: amplitude, frequency, and wavelength. So amplitude is height of the wave. Frequency is how often. And wavelength would be the distance from like one peak to the next peak. So amplitude, frequency, and wavelength. And what we have right below, right in this little rainbow color here, that's the visible spectrum. That's what we see with our eyes, and that's what our sense organs for vision pick up. UV light, you all know what it is now. UVA and UVB. Back in my generation, we didn't even know what UVs were. Ultraviolet light. If you're buying sunglasses, you should make sure they're UVA and UVB so you don't have damage to your eyes. A lot of UV rays can actually cause early cataracts in your eyes. So they usually have it marked on the tag. It's also the thing that is changing your skin color in the summer. Again, my generation, we used tanning products that were SPF 2 that had like no protection. We would rub ourselves down with that SPF 2 and lay on aluminum foil and fry like bacon. We thought it was good. And that's why many people of my generation have skin cancer, because we didn't understand ultraviolet light. We understand it now, and most people do take some sort of precautions when they go out. X-rays, I'm sure if you've ever been to the dentist, or if you've ever thought you've injured yourself, you may have had an X-ray. And gamma rays, you don't really need to know gamma rays for intro to psychology unless you're going into nuclear fission. You're good on that one. Infrared, we've all seen the Mission Impossible movies. Being able to see in low light spaces and see, they're used a lot of times for protection, infrared lighting. Microwaves, I'm sure every single person in here has used a microwave in their life. You don't need to see microwaves to see that it cooks your food, right? You see the end result, even though you don't see the microwaves themselves. And radar, you know what a radar detector is and a radar gun. If you watched the weather yesterday when we had our hailstorm for some parts of the city and flooding, the weather radar showed where the storm was. So we know what that is, even though we don't see those waves themselves. We're able to detect them. The broadcast bands have kind of changed, but you can still, if you don't have cable, we have antennas that actually can pick up many of the channels that are still on the broadcast bands. And then alternating current, thank goodness for George Westinghouse Pittsburgher, who invented really, and well, not completely, Tesla did some work with electricity too, but alternating current, it was really his baby. We don't need to see the alternating current in our wall plugs. I mean, right now, if you're looking on your computer, you have a light on your house, you know there's alternating current, or those things wouldn't be working right now. So even though you don't see it, it's there. There are many different structures in the eye. You do not have to know to label the structures of the eye like we talked about before. It's not anatomy and physiology, but you do need to know that images as they come in the eye, the pupil will dilate. If it needs more light, it will close if it needs less light. So if you've ever been in a dark movie theater and they turn on the lights and all of a sudden you squint because you're in pain, that's because your eye is trying to adjust. And that adjustment can take place very, very quickly. And when images come in to the eye, they actually are projected upside down in the back of your eye. And it's your brain that flips that right side up. Rods and cones in your eyes. Rods and cones would help you to see shades of gray and color. So rods are very, very sensitive to light. They register, the shades of gray, and there's about 100 to 120 million. So you would want to know that number. And they're called rods because, psychologists are lazy. We call it like they look. They look like rods. So we call them rods. Cones are very, very sensitive to wavelengths, to the color spectrum. There would help us to see color. You can see there are much less of them in our eye, and they are called cones because they look like cones. And I'll be showing you a picture of that in a second, once we get through this one process here. So to do this activity, we're not going to do the dark adaptation because we can't. But normally I would shut off all the lights in the classroom and we would sit in the dark for about 7 minutes. And in 7 minutes, your eyes will adapt that you would actually be able to see your notebook and be able to read what's on your notebook. And an example of that is when you go to bed tonight, if you shut off all your lights, when you first shut off your lights, don't use a flashlight, it's very hard to see. But if later on, like once you've been in that light or lack of light, your eyes will adjust. The pupil dilates, lets more light in. And even when you're sleeping, light passes through your eyelids. So if you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to go to the bathroom, you can actually see to walk to the bathroom without having to turn on the lights. Whereas it was difficult when you first shut the light off because your eyes, the pupil was so small, not enough light was coming in. So accommodation, this is what you want to do. So look forward at your computer or your phone, whatever you're using. And on the count of 3, when I say 3, you're going to turn your head either to the left or the right based on where you have something. So if you have something on the left, turn your head to the left or the right, whichever one you have. 1, 2, 3, turn. Did everything stay in focus? Like when you moved your head to the left or the right, is the object that's now to the left or your right in focus? And your answer should be yes. And that's because of accommodation. Your eye automatically changes focal point instantly when you move from one visual source to another. That's accommodation. And the blind spot technique, I'm going to take off my share for a second. We're almost done. Hang in there. We got like 11 minutes. So watch me first. You're going to, in a second, stretch out your arms in front of you and put your 2 index fingers up. And then on the count of 3, when I say go, you're going to spread your fingers apart. Trying to get myself on camera doing it. to the point, like you keep staring forward without turning your head to where you can see both of your index fingers still standing up without turning your head. Okay? Okay, everyone, put your arms out, fingers up. 1, 2, 3, move. Now, you want to look to where your fingers are at. The point right behind where your finger is your blind spot. And your blind spot will change with age. So when I was your age, mine was almost, like a cross. But now that I'm older, it's much closer. That means my blind spot can affect me, like anything right behind that point. If I'm not using any of my other senses, I would not know something or someone was there. And if you take that blind spot that a person has and hop in a car that already has a blind spot, you may not just be using your mirrors. As you get older, you may actually have to physically turn your head to look to see that there's not a vehicle in the lane next to you, because our blind spot gets greater. We have less of a visual field as we get older. So, you can judge yourself when you have a little more space to actually do that, but it's a good idea to check that every couple years, and you'll be able to see how that visual field has changed. Sharing the screen. And when we talk about color, there are 3 properties of color: hue, saturation, and lightness. And if you've ever gone to, Lowe's and you were going to paint your kitchen yellow, I hope you decided what shade of yellow, because there are close to 25 different shades of yellow. When you combine hue, saturation, and lightness together, you have a whole bunch of different shades. And if you were told to go to the store and buy yellow paint and you didn't ask what kind, that could cause a lot of psychological problems at home when you come home with the wrong color that you thought you were getting. So, I'm from the generation of the 8 crayons in the box. You're from the generation of the 128 crayons with a nice little sharpener. Everything we make on a computer, on a color printer, comes down to what we call the trichromatic theory. That those 3 colors make the image that we have. Exactly. We don't need 85 tanks. 3 colors make that, and that's the trichromatic theory. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do, and it's, well, actually 2 things we're going to do for the night, is we're going to do an after image. And you're going to hate me, but just think, you're going to be done in a few minutes. So just bear with me, because I'm going to ask you to do something very, very difficult, even though it's not going to sound like it's. I just have to set my timer here. You are going to stare at a dot. Forgive me, but it works. So in a moment, there's going to be a flag with a black dot in the center. And when I say go, you are going to stare at the black dot. You're not going to look up. You're not going to look down. You're not going to look to the side. You're not going to look at your watch. You're not going to look at anything. For a minute and a half, you're going to stare at that black dot. Because in a minute and a half, 92% of you will be able to see an after image. If I do any less than a minute and a half, it drops down to 50%. And if I go up to 2 minutes, I only add maybe like one other person can see it. So it's not worth keeping everyone else hostage staring at a dot. Okay, we ready? Seriously, for you to see this, you got to stare at the dot. And I'll start the timer. See the dot in the middle of that flag? You should be staring. I'm going to do a minute and a half. Don't look away for any reason. Just keep staring at the dot. I promise it's not going to do tricks or anything. We're at 15 seconds. This is going to feel like torture. Wait till you tell all your friends and family your professor made you stare at a dot. But you can make them do it. And again, they'll think you're brilliant. 30 seconds. We only got a minute to go. You can make it. Just keep staring at that stupid little dot, right? It's hard to stare at a dot when you're used to doing everything else. We're at 45 seconds, halfway. Keep staring at the dot. Can you imagine doing this during COVID? It would have given you something to do, right? You could just stare at the dot. And we are at 60 seconds, 30 seconds to go. Keep staring at that dot. Sick of me saying that, I'm sure, but that's what you got to do is stare at the dot. And 15 seconds to go. Staring. How many people see a red, white, and blue flag? That's your after image.
I did.
And if you move your head, if you had that after image, it may be on other things. It may be on your walls. It may be on your clothing. It may be on your notebook. And I promised I haven't damaged your eyes. Some people, the after image will disappear in say 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Sometimes people will have it up to 4 minutes, but you're fine. That's an after image. So if you've ever had a photograph taken with a bright flash and then all of a sudden everyone has blue faces, that's an after image. Okay. I want to show you one. Let me see how far I have to go to get to it. Nope. Okay. So that's where I am going to stop. So the up to the flag. So anything after that would not be on the test. Okay. But I will cover the other material. So you have the material, you know, as part of your knowledge base, but you won't be tested on it.
When's the test?
The test is next week. Remember, we only have 6 weeks, so we got 4 tests. So you have a 4 out of the 6 weeks you're going to have a test. So you have the choice of taking the test during class, which means you won't have to take it another time, or I will post my Zoom times for other times in the week that you could take the test, but you have to be on Zoom to take it. So it's usually easier just to take it, and we'll do it at the beginning of class to get it out of the way. If you think you're going to need a longer period of time, you could hop on early. I'll be on by 4, so you could hop on early if you're available, or you can just sign up for one of the other times to take it.
So far, so all we have right now is just the test for next week of everything that we reviewed over today and the flip grid, correct?
Yeah, flip grade, and then on the activities that are on your syllabus. So you have to watch the past, present, promise video. There's a correlation TED Talk. So that's part of that activity file. But again, you could choose not to do it this week as long as it's all done by the last week of the course when it's due. So if you're super, super busy this week, that's your choice. The only thing that has to be done is that flip grade, because that's gonna do attendance, because I have to send attendance to the registrar that you're attending class. So I took pictures of everyone who was on, and I also have, you know, the film, since we filmed it.
And that
Should
flip
we be
grade,
able-
Go ahead.
All right.
sorry.
Your flip grade,
The flip grade, all we're doing with that is just pretty much introducing ourselves.
that's it. Yeah, a minute, you know, just tell me your name. So, you know, because some people, you know, get their names messed up all the time. I'd like to be able to say your name correctly. You know,
Right.
tell me your name, tell me what program you're in, and something about yourself. You know, you don't have to give me long dissertations, but this way you can introduce yourself to the class. Everyone knows who everyone is, because you're going to see each other's face for the next 5 more weeks. And it just makes people a little more of a community, since we're not actually in a physical classroom.
And where does that go?
Flipgrid,
Mhm.
you can download the app, or you can just click on the link that I have, and it's only there for a short period of time. Like once the class is gone, they're erased. So the only people that can see it are the members of this class, because I have your the domain email set in, so you can get in and film it. I have a short one up there, so it just says basically what I said today, you know, little thing. But you're
The
as soon as
the
I
book-
you know, as soon as I get everyone's in, then I can send that attendance to the registrar. And like I said, once everyone checks in and gets to check out who everyone is, so I'll erase them after that. And that's the same place you'll do your presentation, except it will be set for a longer time, like you know, 3 to 4 minutes.
This book that you want us to buy, is it mandatory that we buy the book?
As I said, I'm not requiring you to buy that textbook. I suggest you have an intro to psychology textbook to read. You could rent it. You can take it out of the library. You can read the stuff online.
But
I'm not going to make an assignment out of the textbook, but because this course is so quick, you really should do some reading in the book. But you don't have to read everything. Just read the stuff that's on the syllabus, because that's the stuff I'm going to test you on, that
And,
material. Okay, that will
Okay.
cut out some of the reading. That's
And
the
this-
textbook.
this is the correct textbook, right?
Yep, the Hockenberry book.
Okay. Do they sell that at the West Hill or the CCAC library?
But they don't sell it at the library. They should have it on the Follett book thing.
Or
but
the bookstore, sorry, the bookstore.
probably get it cheaper a lot other places.
Yeah, they did have it. The physical book was pretty expensive. They had a digital copy, and it takes you to a website called Red Shelf, and they'll give you a PIN number, and then you type in your PIN, and it's basically an ebook of it. And that was about, I think, like $70 as well.
Yeah, I would, like I said, it's like $200 if you buy it at the bookstore, which you can get it a heck of a lot cheaper, or just buy any intro to psychology book you see. If you have Amazon Prime, you can probably get it in 2 days.
Yeah, that's where I got mine. I got mine off of Amazon Prime, and that was only $75.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not requiring it in the extent that, like I said, I'm not going to physically ask you turn to page 42 and read this. But because we are moving so fast, it would be a good backup for you to have, so you could read the material.
What I ended up doing is if you go to the course description when you sign up for the class, it'll take you to the link at the school bookstore, and it'll actually give you the code for the book. And you can look up that number just in Google, and it'll pop up with cheap other companies that have the book. And some was on, some of that's other places.
Yeah, I think I had the ISB number on the syllabus, so you
Yeah,
can.
you do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
How many activities are there? I was just looking in the Blackboard, and like some of them are numbered.
I think there are 9 total.
There's 9. Okay.
I'll count again to make sure, but I think there were 9.
Okay.
Do we have to do the activities at our leisure, or do they have to be in sync with, I guess they would have to be in sync with what the lectures are, right?
Well, as I said, I'm not collecting them each week, but it would make more sense if you did them as we did the material, because then it would reinforce the material that you just learned. So like we talked about correlation tonight, the activity online is on correlation, so it would make more sense. But since I'm not going to be grading them into the last week of the course, I'll never know if you did it at the first week or if you did it the day before. But I strongly suggest, since there are 9 of them, 9 of them's a lot to do the night before they're due. I mean, that is.
How many questions are on your test, Professor?
Well, I didn't finish it completely because I didn't know how far I was going to get in this lecture. So typically they're between 40 and 50 multiple choice questions. So, if that's getting through all 3 lectures, would have been between 40 and 50 questions, and we did not get through all 3. My guess is it will be around 35 or 40, but definitely not over 40.
And so we have a test on everything you covered up to this point next week.
Everything I
Right?
covered tonight. It's
Okay.
fair game for the test. So use the PowerPoints that are under documents on Blackboard. The ones I just did, use them as your study guide. Use your book to look those things up if so if you had trouble understanding what absolute threshold is, make sure you read the section in your book on absolute threshold.
Are we allowed to use notes, books, or any kind of materials during tests?
Nope. That's why you have to be on Zoom and your camera has to be on.
Well, that sucks.
Welcome to the world of college.
And we'll just take that at the beginning of class next week, and
Yep.
then you'll start lecturing.
Yep.
Okay.
If you finish early, so we're going to set aside like an hour and 15, an hour and a half. You shouldn't need any more than an hour and a half, even with extended time. If it's 30, if there's 35 questions and they're multiple choice, you shouldn't need more than an hour and a half. Once you would finish your test and send it to me, you could actually log off and then just log back on when it's time for class to start. Or you could choose to take it on one of those days, those other days when I'm just zooming in doing testing, and then just not log in until the test would be over. You just have to send me an email to let me know you're doing that. So I'll make sure I have an email list to send people that test on that day they take it.
So like next week, when we start class again, you're going to open up that class with us, those of us who want to take the test that period of time. And then those of us who do not want to take the test should reach out to you prior. And you can accommodate that with whatever accommodations. Is that how you're going to do it?
I'm going to post my times probably tomorrow. The reason I haven't is I haven't been given my Kennywood schedule. They give me my Kennywood schedule tomorrow. So I'll know what times I'm free that I can do Zoom. So I'll try to have a couple Zoom classes in the morning, a Zoom class in the afternoon, a Zoom class in the evening, so people can pick a time if you don't want to do it during the test time, the actual class time.
Do you do any weekend stuff?
Yeah, one of them will be on the weekend.
Because I work until 5 literally I gotta drive here all the way from Oakland, all the way to Robinson Township. So it's kind of, I kind of got stuck today. I thought it was at 6 o'clock and it was 5:30.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You could just, like I said, take it another time. You know, you'll give yourself a little bit more time then on those days. Any other
All
questions?
right.
Is the test actually time? Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're gonna be on Zoom, so at an hour and a half, I'm gonna stop you. You would
Okay.
have to send it back to me. So if you think you're gonna take longer than an hour and a half, you may want to either Zoom on early, since I'll be on at 4. And if you're free, you could just come in and take it early, or sign up for one of those times that we don't have class. You have more time. I can give you more than, an hour and a half. But said if it's 35 questions, if multiple choice, you don't need an hour and a half. Even extended time, figuring if it wouldn't be an hour and a half. So even people that qualify for extended time, an hour and a half is more than extended time even. But if people need 2 hours, then you have to just take it on one of the other times or come on early.
I'm stressed already.
Well, it's a 6-week course, That's,
Yeah.
we're trying to do 15 weeks in 6 weeks.
So this course here is a 6-week course, but I noticed that I tried to take this course last year to get it out of the way because I knew I have to take licensure tests also, and I don't want to interfere that. Those other classes were, I think, 14 or 16 weeks, which were kind of, I guess, longer, but this is more condensed. So you're basically the same thing. It's a total
Yeah,
of 30.
I teach this exact same course as a 10-week course too. It's all online. There's no lecture. It's
Pretty much a 30-hour total course.
yeah, it's 3 credits. So we're trying to do that. That's why normally when I have more weeks to do this, the activities are part of the class time. So when there's a classical conditioning worksheet online for you to do, normally we would have done it during class. You're making up that time for the 3 credit, kind of like a hybrid on your own time. But it's still part of the requirement for the course. You're just covering the material a lot faster. But it's still the same 3 credits. It's the same requirements. Everything's the same, except you have to do it in 6 weeks. Oh, it's not that bad, really. You should try the 4-weekers when they used to do them. They were Friday night, all day Saturday, 3 credits, literally. 4 weeks.
Do you allow a phone? Do you give us like a phone a friend for like a question?
No,
Okay.
you'll be fine.
All right.
So I'm looking at the Blackboard and I can see activity 1 and then the extra credit for the first test. And then it looks like it goes to activity 3 and I can't find activity 2.
Yeah.
So I was curious if, yeah.
Activity 2 is, it actually, activity 1 was originally the flip grade thing.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense.
And then, but I have 1 on there because it was the first week. But yeah, there really isn't a video to watch other than the correlational one. That's actually the activity. But
okay, so
you don't have to put the flip grade in the activity book. You would still mark it activity 1, activity 3. I know the activity 2 was the flip grade.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I just didn't want to miss something. That's
all. I should have switched the numbers, but I figured it was easier if I left it that way since the correlation stuff lined up with tonight's class.
Perfect.
So, Miss Miriam, so what we do with Flipgrid is basically we just click on the link and record.
Yep, and you can, the nice thing about Flipgrid is that you can cut your video. Like, so if you make a mistake, you don't necessarily have to erase the whole thing. You can actually cut out the piece that you want to get rid of and add, so you can edit. I mean, it's really easy to use. It's very user friendly versus, you know, sometimes the discussion boards on Blackboards and things like that, or Moodle, if you've ever had to use Moodle. Flipgrid is a piece of cake. You just basically hit start and talk and then hit stop. And then it'll give you the option if you want to cut anything or if you want to save it. And then you hit save and you're done. That's all you have to do. It's so straightforward and easy. And that's why I've used it, you know, with my high school kids. I've used it with previous college classes. It's just so easy. Even my students who have been technologically impaired, you know, according to themselves, they can't do technology. They didn't have any trouble doing Flip, you know, grid. It's straightforward. Any other questions? Okay, well, I'll stay on. If anybody wants to ask anything, feel free. I hope you have an awesome week. Just feel free to text me or email me if you have questions.
See you next week.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Lorenzo, you'll be fine.
Hi, Miss Miriam.
I'm not on. Oh, sorry. Like I said, I don't know what I missed at the beginning of the class. So I was wondering if you could kind of rewind a little bit, and then I'll try to see if there was anything worthwhile, because I don't know what you said. I heard your voice and I'm freaking out. And my wife is trying to help me and she's like, I don't know what's going on. It's like,
Okay, I did record it. Once we knew we were doing it, but
right.
But that
Before
first
that.
part, all I did was I talked a little bit about the course itself. That there's 6 grades, so it's 4 tests, a paper and presentation, and the activity thing is your class participation. They're equal, so it's 1/6 for each, and all the tests need to be taken on Zoom. It's a pretty quick course because it's normally 15 weeks. And your best bet is to go on to the Blackboard site, click course documents, and under course documents are all the activities, all the PowerPoints, the videos that you need to watch. So it tells you which video. I talked about how to get onto those videos. So that was to go to learner.org and type in psychology, and it will be the first hit. And then all you have to do is just click right on the video and it will play. They're between 26 minutes and 29 minutes long. And when the activity is to watch a video, you watch the video and then you give me a paragraph summary of something that you learned from the video.
Okay, so that I didn't understand.
Yeah, so you're just watching the video, which will reinforce the stuff we did. So like the past, present, promise is kind of an overview of psychology, so just like the first lecture. You don't have to watch the behaving brain video, but let's say you were struggling with the stuff on the brain. You could click on the link and just watch it for the fun of it, because it kind of gives you the same summary. Like you'll see the neurons and it'll talk about the synapse. It's going to give you the same stuff that I gave in the lecture, just as a nice little condensed, And then like sensation and perception, there's a video on sensation and perception. That's, part of activity 3. So the videos are there to support what we're doing each week in class. They're kind of there as a support to help you. And all you have to do is give me a paragraph, 4 to 6 sentences summary of something you learned while watching the video.
Okay, something that we learned, okay.
Mhm.
Or got out of, or
Yeah.
want
Yeah.
to comment about.
Yeah. Or you read something. Oh, I saw that and I decided to go read something on this and I found this out. So you can add to it, but you start with something that was in the video. I've
So-
watched those videos so many times I could probably give those videos,
So can we go back? You said there's 6 grades, 4 tests, 1 paper. These tests are obviously self-explanatory. They're on the syllabus
Mhm.
or the course documents. Everything should be there. Then the paper. This paper is basically what, a dissertation? Is it, or what, a
Yes,
thesis?
it is.
What is it?
It's a 5-page research paper on the topic of your choice. Remember during the class, I was saying, oh, this would be a good paper topic. Oh,
Right.
yeah, okay. So
Okay, so
5
5 pages. Okay.
double space typed, 12-point font, 1-inch margins. That's all written on the syllabus. And 1 page for sources, so 3 citations you need. Legitimate citations. So like the Inquirer is not as a legitimate source.
Like I was going to do mine on something that I struggle with a heart condition that a congenital thing that I never knew I had until I was an adult. And I don't know if it relates to psychology, but it kind of does for me because psychologically it has affected me more than physically because of the probability of what may happen when I retire.
Okay.
So that part of it is the element of the psychological part where I see a therapist to talk about my problems because I have stresses about that, which during COVID, the same thing with people with mental anxiety because of the COVID. I was going to do my reports on that because I recovered from COVID. I had it when it first came out. I was one of the lucky people. And I was the first person on campus to get it. That actually admitted that they had it. And it was traumatic, like to the max, where I was hospitalized and my wife was writing wills and it was ridiculous. And that took so much out of my mental psyche that I want to talk about that with people because, and make them understand that get that is important, that vaccine.
Remember, it's a research paper. It's
Yeah.
not you.
Right.
So you would have to find some people that are doing research on the impact of, COVID and mental issues or depression or things like that. You would be reporting to us actual research that's being done by clinicians. You're
Yeah.
not an expert, even though you
Yeah.
had it and went through it.
Right.
Since it's a formal research paper, it has to be actual somebody else's research. You could mention in your paper the reason why you chose to do that paper. That would be fine, but that would be like a paragraph. The rest.
Well, it'll all be through CDC. It'll be through American Medicine. It'll be through all very legitimate sources. It's not
But
going to be.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't, because I've had people write a paper about themselves, saying,
No.
and this is what happens to, and that's not what a research paper is.
No.
It has to be, it takes the place of, like, if you were a real researcher, you would be doing real research. You would have subjects and everything. And then you share your information with the psychological community, and then they decide if they're going to go out and, try to replicate your data. Since we don't have the credentials to do that, you're finding somebody else out there who's done research that does have credentials that's given information for you to get your hands on, either by on the internet or in books or in newspapers or magazines or whatever. And that's what you're sharing with everyone else.
Okay.
But you want to
Okay.
keep the
Yeah,
focus
it's
on,
interesting.
keep the focus on someone who has a legitimate source. You have life experience, you don't have the credentials. So what happened to you personally may not be exactly the same as someone else. If there's someone out there, and I'm sure there is,
Mhm.
that's done research on people who had the same procedures, the same side effects, the same feelings and the stressors and that's what you want to use as part of your paper to pass on, because they actually would have followed the scientific method, they would have had some documentation, etc.
Well, that I understand that part because I just got out of taking 4 levels of English, and I did very well on all of my English grades, writing multiple papers. But plagiarism takes part in a lot of research. Are you understanding that? Like, I just want to make sure I understand something. That if I'm taking something out of if I'm getting something out of researching a subject, whatever it's going to be, I have ones that I want to do. I think I'm going to do mine on a CTE, which is a sports related injury, which is very prevalent today.
All you
And
have to
there's
do is cite it, because
is what?
you just have to make the citation if you're copying something, because when I use Turnitin to check for plagiarism, you take out any of those citations and it only will, do the things that are not cited to check. And I think CCAC used to have access to it for their students, that you can even upload it yourself to turn it in, so you can check to see if any of your stuff is plagiarized.
Yeah, but like my question was, and I think you misunderstood, how do I, and forgive me for asking you this, but how do I write a research paper without using the information in which the research presenters or the authors or whoever wrote that, whoever's putting that information out, how do I convey that back to you without stealing or, capturing exactly what the heck they said or any of these subjects?
First, cite it, you make a citation, because that's what you do. In every single research paper, you'll see things cited. So you put parentheses behind it, you say who the author is, then you make sure that citation is on your citation page, put it in quotes, depends if you're doing MOA or AP.
Oh, I see. I never heard that term
You
before.
just make the citation. That tells me that you're saying, I copied this part. You just can't copy everything. You have to put some of it in your own words. So you read
Right.
the material and you put it into your own words. It doesn't come back plagiarized when you do that. If you cite it and you quote it and you give credit to who it's due,
Then
when
it's not.
run through, when that's run through the Turnitin for plagiarism, it doesn't come back as a plagiarism hit.
Because I cited it.
Because you cited it.
Okay, I never had to do this before, so that's why I'm asking all these questions. So,
All you have to do is just cite it.
okay.
Then you're saying, these aren't my words, this is their words. Typically,
Thank you.
the only time I get large plagiarism hits, like I had one in my last psychology class that came back 93% plagiarized.
Wow.
They literally copied word for word right off the website.
Yikes.
Page 1 was the first page of the website. Page 2 was the second page. I mean, that's a blatant, they even left the hyperlink in. So, it was pretty obvious. I didn't even have to do it to turn it in. I just typed in the first sentence of the paper into Google when the whole thing came up. That's blatant.
Okay.
You got some wiggle room. you
No,
know.
I got you. I
If
just
it's
wanted to
like
make sure I understood. That's all.
15%, I'm not worried about it. If it comes back like 93%, then I'm gonna nail you.
No, I usually, I don't like to put anything out that somebody else wrote, but for this particular subject, I have
Yeah,
to
you
put
have to do it.
some credits or sightings of some, people, because
Yeah.
it's, you can't BS, your way through that. There's no way, you know what I mean? Like, there's just no way. But and so that's all I wanted to clarify, what I missed for the first couple minutes of the class that I couldn't hear you.
Yep, that was it.
I appreciate it. I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
My
See you
question
guys.
is, hi, see you. Once you do the activity, do you submit it right away?
No, you do the well, the flip grid you do, because that's that introduction video that you do somewhere between now and next week. You have to have that done because that's your attendance officially for activity. No, they're not due until like the last week of class. So all you have to do is try to keep up with them, keep them in a Word document, just list them, activity 1, and do the answers to activity 1. Activity 3, activity 7, you put it all in one Word document. At the end, you send me the Word document. And this way I open it up and I have all your activities together. And I can grade them, and then I'll send back to you what your grade was on your activities.
Okay.
Okay?
My last question is about, like you say, if we cannot take the test right away at the beginning of the class, we should let you know. Like, I'm very scared because my English is not my first language, as you can notice. I speak French, so for me, I need more time to process the information.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to need more than an hour and a half, but if you think you are, then you'll have to choose one of the other times or come on earlier. Like, I don't know what time you're free, but I can be on as early as 4, and you could have that additional time, before the class if you want, but you could, I'm going to post the time. I couldn't post the times because I don't have my Kennywood schedule yet. So I have to wait till tomorrow till they give me my schedule so I know when I'm free, because I can't do this at work. So
what's the best way to contact you?
on my syllabus, I gave you my cell phone number. So texting or email are the fastest way, because if I'm teaching, I can't pick up the phone to answer the phone, but I can quickly look over to see a text and text you back to say, I'm teaching right now, I'll be free at this time. And then say, if you want to call me, you can call me at that time. But yeah, my cell phone number is on the syllabus.
Okay, thank you. And my apology if sometime it happened to me to come late in class, because I have a crazy job where I get here at 5:30. Sometime I might be like 45, but I'll let you know by email if I'm.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Since I'll be, I wasn't planning on originally filming the classes, but now that, he has a disability with hearing and has to listen to them, I will film all the classes. So if you miss part of the class, then just watch the replay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
So I tried going on to the flip grid, but when I sign in with my Google account, it says I'm not registered, or something like that.
Okay. Did you go in using your CCAC email?
Yeah.
You went in under the acd.ccac.edu?
No, well, honestly, like two things, like signing with Google and signing with Microsoft.
Yeah, well, the Microsoft is the CCAC one. Did you go in by Google or did you go in by Microsoft?
by Google.
Yeah, try
I
going
can
in by
try it.
Microsoft and see if it will let you in. Because it's set up for the CCAC, and that's Microsoft. I'm gonna stop.
Oh yeah, I see him. Thank you.
Yay, yeah, it's just something as simple as that. It's because it's set up with that particular address. Any other questions?
And yeah, thing about the written